Hello, hello. Yes. Which, fair warning, something that only occurred to me this morning. This game might have spiders in it. That might be a level of spook I am not able to deal with. So, if that happens, we may change games. It's a very real possibility. But we'll find out. Like, I did check Does the Dog Die? Great site, by the way. It is a relatively spoiler-free way of checking trigger warnings. It's, I believe, I don't remember if it's .org or .com. Does the dog... it's .com. DoesTheDogDie.com. If you have any triggers that you want to be able to check before getting into a game, that site is amazing. Like, I think it was originally made for, like, it's obviously, it was originally, the main thing is, does the dog die? For people that don't want to watch a movie or game that contains a dog dying. But it's also just got a lot of really good, useful things, such as, is someone buried alive? Does someone get decapitated? Is there eye mutilation? Is someone held underwater? Does someone drown? In my case, I simply check for spiders. Is there a spider? Cause there are some games, like the worst game, the utter fucking worst game that I hate is Toy Odyssey. Now, okay, we're going on a tangent before we get started. Excellent. It is a cutesy little roguelike about being a toy in a, like, and it is a really cool aesthetic. You're a toy in a house at night. So all of the, yeah, I have severe arachnophobia. Like, all of the enemies are toys that have come to life. You're running on things like bookshelves as the terrain. It's great. They have a photorealistic tarantula for some fucking reason. Just out of nowhere, one of the enemies is a photorealistic tarantula. For no good reason. Apparently the game had its issues even outside of that. It's very hard for me to say what spiders trigger it. Skyrim ones I never really had a problem with. Like, they would occasionally make me feel a little, but not really, like, scared. Partially just because Skyrim does not have amazing graphics. I don't think they really did, actually. I actually played the Witch Doctor in Diablo 3, who one of their abilities is throwing spiders. And I didn't really have a problem. It's very hard for me to tell you what spiders trigger it. Or why. Okay. I'm gonna leave it on normal. Yeah, I don't know. I really can't tell you why Diablo 3 didn't trigger it, but I played through Diablo 3 fine. Normal, don't skip the prologue. Do we want Indiegogo content? Anyone that's played this game, Indiegogo content, yes or no? Also, Sir May, I am similar, but not with feet, it's with eyes. Anything going anywhere near someone's eyeballs will freak me out. That one is more of a I can push through it, but I will not participate. I will generally steer clear of something that focuses on it as a major part. Like, here's the thing, it's not like an eyeball out of someone's head freaks me out. It's specifically something like going into someone's eyeball or eye. It's like, if there's a severed eyeball, I have no problem. Other than it just being gore in general. It's the action, not the result. I can't even stand eye drops. I've never played Dead Space. Let me think. What's like... my go-to example is one that I don't think anyone in chat would have seen, which is a scene from Ancient Magus' Bride. I would say it is not timeoutable on its own. It's basically is I will just simply tell the person, hey, if it starts going too far, I will simply tell them, hey, could you cool it with that? And then if they keep going, then they will get a timeout. Because again, it's just, I acknowledge that it is a hard line. I myself can't tell you where the line is on spiders. And I've lived with this arachnophobia for as long as I've been alive. So I'm not going to expect people to magically know how much spider is too much spider. But yeah, in general, it's anything being injected, anyone reaching into an eyeball, anything burrowing into an eyeball. Anything like that will freak me out. It's specifically an eyeball in someone's head being maimed in some way. Being injured or maimed. Yeah, can't do that. Blood, I am perfectly happy to watch blood. Even relatively graphic scenes, like, it is specifically eyes that bother me in terms of gore. Okay, let's actually get into the game and see what I'm in for, because I know very little about this game. I know it's horror. I know that it is in a dark wood. You're playing a challenging and unforgiving game. You'll not be led by the hand. Respect the woods. Be patient. Focus. Okay, cool. Yes, that is a really good example. The puppet dude in Spooky's Jump Scare. That one will freak me out. I am not going to play that game. Partially for that, partially because it's not really my type of game. Not usually. That one can be a little harder, but generally not. Oh, apparently that does progress eventually. It's just really slow, which I appreciate. Prologue. Which, okay, actually, let me... Oh, 1 second. I see hatred and fear in their eyes. Oh, excellent. We're getting a close-up of an eyeball, and we aren't even started. As if I was responsible for the spreading disease. As if I were the source of all the misery plaguing this land. Am I going to need to look away? I have nowhere to hide from them, nowhere to run. The woods have closed us off from the outside world. Teeth can definitely freak me out. Not generally if they're in the wrong place. We are all doomed. pills. Pills here. And a notepad. Oh, is this like actually just a notepad? Homemade device for producing moonshine. Okay, I can't grab the potatoes. Okay, I'm not going to dismantle the barricaded window. Never even heard of it. The generators almost have juice. Need to find a full gasoline can. So a broken tractor these, but I can find some gasoline there. A camera. Okay, so some of these things don't take up a inventory slot. My medical bag, which is apparently useless now, and a photo. That's apparently a photo. Is it a face? Interesting. Probably not my cup of tea. I'm not generally a huge fan of turn-based combat. You can only select interact with objects within your reach. An action range is indicated by the color changing cursor. Oh, that's nice. Just woken up. Radio's been silent for years, so sometimes I think I can hear voices through the static. Ah, that's not a good sign. Cool. Oh. Lot of stuff. Okay, a key is important. Oh, a medical book. These all stuff are stuff that's on the that I don't necessarily want to grab to take up an inventory slot. I best not enter this room right now. Why? Container. Lock jammed a long time ago. Never mind, I used to keep useless junk in there anyway. Stop getting low guy caffeine! Oh, there's a person in there. Excellent. Okay, so a bunch of barricaded windows. I can see a corpse out there. Unlocked with key. Okay, I feel like I forgot to take something with me. How do I lock the door? Okay. Well, that's probably gonna end poorly. Okay, and you can sprint, but you do not get very much. What does it want me to bring? Does it want me to bring all of this? There's not much else in here. Some empty cages. And I'm not allowed to go into this room. Because he just doesn't want to go into it. So, what am I forgetting? Oh, probably this. Oh, my tools. They haven't been sterilized for years. The local patients can't be helped anyway. Tryptophobia, as in the fear of holes? Not really. And, like, there is, like, my major fears is, thalassophobia, which I will note is not aquaphobia. Those are different. Some people get them confused, but, thalassophobia is different from aquaphobia. Aquaphobia is fear of water. Thalassophobia is fear of the deep. I am specifically afraid of water that I cannot see the bottom of. And rarely, it can also be triggered with something like space. I played Subnautica. I was terrified. It was a horror game. Oh, that's a doll. A large humanoid doll with a carved out face. Why? Oh, that's a dog. Oh. My dog. I don't think he's going to make it. I should end his suffering. Oh. Oh, right. I was going to do this. I'm going to just quickly put in, like, a trigger warning. Spooky game with animal, creature, death, and other sadness. Spooky. I'm just going to leave it, just do that, because I don't know all the trigger warnings. But I'm going to do this. Kremcher. You can vault over fences and windows with space. This game definitely reminds me of Project Zomboid. I've not played it, but I've seen that. Oh, it's an axe. Oh. Yeah. Is this not? That doesn't seem to work. I don't know why. Oh, you hold right, then left. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, here's the actual tutorial for that. I see. I just immediately went back to put the poor dog out of their misery. These trees are going too fast. Soon I won't be able to cut them down fast enough. Okay, so there's also snare trap. Oh, a free bone! Okay, but the trap is... I don't know how to do that. Apparently that's something that requires, like, an upgrade of some sort. Press left shift to run. Oh, those are noises. Calcium. How y'all doing, by the way? Fair enough. So the woods are just, like, growing out of control. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a mood. I'm still, I don't think I've mentioned that. Well, I haven't because I haven't streamed yet. Oh, and then you can do. Yeah. I'm gonna be getting the fuck out of where I live just because. Oh, I should craft a torch. Ah, neat. Wonder if you could set things on fire. Okay, fair enough. An abandoned house. Apparently. Oh. That is a corpse. In a few days, it will be completely absorbed. Oh. The woods are literally eating people. Okay. I could repair a doorway. I don't know if that would really be worth it right now. Okay, and I don't seem to be able to get through this. Can I get around it, though? Maybe? Somewhere? Yeah, we're still not to 666. I think we're at like 663. Hi, Niala. Oh, hello. Potential person. I think this one is still breathing. Big metal key. He's unconscious. I've never seen him around here before. He's only carrying a key in some journal. Since he managed to sneak in here, he must know how to get out. Of course, he won't help me voluntarily. But that... is of no importance. Oh. You get out of this accursed forest. We are making a child in Call to the Lamb, and we turned the child into an omelet. You may rat, show me out, and I will let you go. I sometimes hear her voice. So now we are playing as the unconscious man. She's calling me to return home. Where is the exit? Where? Show me where. Ow. 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 Kill you like a dog if I have to. Yippee! Fucker stole my key. Hurts. Could use these rags to craft some bandages and heal myself. I don't know why it just looks like they're like pulling up their pants when they okay, and then make a lockpick to get into the broken lock. Hi Dahlia, welcome on in. Okay, so right mouse button is the like inventory button. Entry to a small cellar. Maybe the pantry? I can open with a lockpick. Do I have to... I have a lockpick. Hmm? What do you want from me? Okay, so control is a dash backwards. I made a lockpick. I'm holding the lockpick. Holding right mouse button does nothing. Nor does middle mouse. Oh, you have to hold down left mouse button. Okay. Unlocked. A flashlight and a shovel. It's heavy, but it has good reach. That's probably also how you lock it. Okay, it's too strong to dismantle. But... the item is no longer usable. I need to repair it. Yeah, so I can also barricade. Oh. Oh! Excellent! He's no longer here. Why do I feel like he's in that room I was not allowed to go into? Free syringe. Wait, wasn't there a room here? crazy? There was a room here before, wasn't there? Nothing in the cage. Feel free. Okay, that door is locked with a code. There wasn't a door there? Oh, there was a room there. Okay, fair enough. Okay. There's a radio connected to something. There's also a lot more blood than I remember here. That might be my blood. I can't repair the shovel. I don't know what the passcode would be. I could just brute force it, but I'd rather not. That's probably more than I'd be paying for a game. I am very stingy. I mean, this is set to 700. That's not really... That's not a 4-letter code. That's too blurry to make out what those numbers are. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, I'll keep it. Oh, I might. I'll look into it later. Oh, that... I both love and hate how you can see just a little crack out the barricaded window. Even if I could safely dismantle, I don't think I would want to. Yeah, it's like, it is hard to get me to buy a game for over like 30 bucks. Yeah, too strong dismantle. I can push the lamps around. Would there be a benefit to that? Don't... Wait, can't zoom in. Oh, we're back to the suit. Again, 700... It could be 706? Or 7006, I guess? Nope. There has to be a code that I'm missing. Nothing in my backpack. Oh, wait, there's a second page. Okay. No, not at all. That light's more red than it was before. The light was not red before. I don't think. Like, there's a lot of numbers, but none of them are the 4-letter code I'm looking for. Oh, is my flashlight, like, dying? Oh, no, my flashlight was just off. Oh, okay. I'm feeling really stupid. I feel like there has to be... Oh, right-click turns it on and off. Fair enough. That does make sense. Do I have any other? I could barricade, but that doesn't seem like something I want or need to do. I can't do anything with the shovel. I feel like I'm just stupid. Like, don't tell me if I'm just being stupid yet. Like, my only thought would be there was a room there. Do I need to somehow get into that room? I don't think Castlevania would be my type of game, but how would I get into there? There's like really the only thing that's standing out is I can push these lamps. But what would I do by pushing the lamp? What if I push them onto this spot? Nope. But if I stand on that spot? Nope. Yeah, I'm so happy. I've watched people play Faith. It's not my kind of game. It's a really cool game. Oh. I can push the wardrobe. Yes, I was just being stupid. So, Mr. Doctor Guy, where are you? Yeah, that doesn't have any juice. I feel like as soon as I touch this crate, something's going to happen. Oh, there's gasoline and a table leg. Doctor Man? Hello? Okay, so I do actually have to equip the gasoline tank. Have your cursor over the generator, right mouse, left mouse. Hopefully this is working. Oh yeah, it is. I can see it at the bottom. Did I close that door? Oh. That ain't a corpse. Corpse has two... Oh. The corpse has two dials instead of eyes. His mouth is wide open. And I can hear a distorted voice, barely distinguishable from the radio static. Oh. Oh. Oh, 4892. Wait. What? Huh? 4892. I'm not going to like what I see back here, am I? Oh, it's going that direction. Okay, well, I'm going to have to give this a good ol' whack. Yeah, I'm not gonna like what I see when I turn that corner. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. That is exactly what I expected. And Bob. Rude. A small plastic chick. Okay. Okay, and I'm not able to, like, move him. Oh, you're dead. Why are you laughing? How do you want to get out now? Think you can manage all by yourself? Hear it? Oh, excellent. Oh. Okay. Hmm? Okay. How you doing, sir? Chapter 1. Oh, excellent. Am I, okay. Nails, rag, and a photo of a road. The road home. Droga du Domv. Hi, dog toy. A cloak bunny. Yesterday I barricaded one of the windows. If I want to stay here for some time, I should do the same with the other windows. Okay, so I need planks. Oh, that's, wardrobe. Into place you go. An oven? Pleasant warmth is emanating from the oven. I can sense a strange, yet familiar scent. Smell of the protective substance, which gives me relative safety after dark. The vapors rising from the huge cauldron are distributed all over the house via long pipes. As long as I remain in inside my hideout, I have a chance of surviving the night. When I arrived here a couple of days ago, the oven was basically prepared. I just needed to light it up to ensure my safety at night. This cottage must have been one of our hideouts. The inhabitants of these woods don't need to inhale this revolting gas. The label on the bottle says, staying out of the reach of the protective substance after nightfall results in immediate death in 99 out of 100 cases. It is advised to evenly spread the gas inside the sleeping area. Warning, even a properly prepared substance does not guarantee 100% safety. Remain vigilant. It's recommended to stay in well-lit indoor areas in order to minimize the risk. Look inside the pot. Small, empty cast iron pot. I haven't used it yet. I haven't felt any hunger or thirst since the accident a few days ago. I can't stop thinking about one thing. These mushrooms. These red, pulsating mushrooms. They look so tasty. Maybe this pot will prove useful after all. Interesting. Oh, I can't make nail soup. That's a bear trap. Why? Mushroom book. The title reads, The Use of Mushrooms in the Household. Okay. Yeah, so I need to barricade all these, so I need to get wood. Is that the only... Okay, no. Here's the... Oh, those are the... Ow! Don't step on them. Ow! Ow! Oh, those are the spiders. You can build a well, which requires wood. Everything is going to take wood. I also do need... So how do I tell when it's going to be night? Is it day right now? Because it's still pretty dark. Contains enough gasoline for one more night. Find a full can in the house above the underground entrance. Got it. An odd-looking mushroom. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Don't have that passcode. Oh, this is a saw. Okay. So I would need wood. Because, yeah, I don't have any planks. I feel like going out into the woods with no... That's a dog. I don't think I want the dog to see me. Running out into the woods with no weapon seems like a profoundly terrible idea. Yes, I am aware, raccoons. I said as such when I stepped on it. And raccoons, please just chill with the backseating again. Because, like, oh, that's a dog. Because I didn't know those were upgrade shrooms. I literally don't think I can fist fight. Oh, wait. Wood logs. There's no wood. Huh? If I could break the stool, that would be good. Okay, so I can make an antidote out of it. And then I'm assuming cooking the mushrooms does do something. Already searched that. I might just have to go out into the woods. Again, this stove doesn't really seem to produce light. It's just kinda... Yeah, I think I have to just go out into the woods. To try to find some wood. And these are like bushes I can hide in. But also other things could be hiding in. Oh, corpse, free stuff. And a crate. Can I make a lockpick? No, I only have one wire. I don't know how you make a lockpick with 2 wire, but... Oh, that looks like wood. Why there were nails in the wood logs? Don't know. Don't care. It's wood. That's what matters. God, this game, though, does give me, like, a very D&D art style. The hell is these? Oh, poisonous mushrooms. Probably shouldn't stand on or harvest those. Oh, when was there a corpse here? Turn on the generator before dark. Hiding in the shadows won't do you any good. They're coming either way. The problem is I don't know when dark is going to be. Ooh, nice. How do you give... Oh, you need to give it gasoline. But now I should be able to barricade some of these. Yeah, corpses are free stuff. That one I should do last because it has a bear trap under it. So it's better than... Oh, don't have enough planks. Okay, so I need to go get some... I need to figure out some gasoline, which they said... I think that would be... They said it would be in here, but I would need a code. Or I would need to find some pre-chopped planks. Okay, yeah, there. So it's... Can I see those notes somehow? Okay, and now it's telling me that I can do that alternative attack. 'Cause I can't barricade more windows without fuel. Which a lot of this is more just idle musing, not actually me asking. Okay, and yes, having the torch out does... Okay, more poisonous mushrooms. Heard a dog bark. A burned house. Is there any planks at the burned house? Probably not. Oh, but there's mushrooms. Of the delicious kind. Also a Ouija, or no, that's not a Ouija board, that's a tablecloth. A flare and some rags. Oh, my vision's turning gray. Also, someone just told me out. Or is it? No. Is it? Locked, I can open with a lockpick. Still... No. I'm guessing that there will probably be a voice line. Oh, there's a tractor over there. But yeah, I've been really happy with how the D&D that I did a couple of days ago. God damn it. Don't step on those. Got it. How that went out. It went really fucking well. I'm very excited to play more of it. It only took like 5 minutes for one of my party members to commit a crime. That's a bear trap. Free stuff? Yoink. I don't know what kind of shitty bear trap they are that disarming them once renders them completely unusable. Yeah, it's like the setting is a carnival, and one of my players, their first action, the first thing they asked once we started actually playing was, so is there any sort of security making me actually have to buy a ticket? Oh, yep, okay, now I see. That looks like it's turning noticeably grayer. And there isn't. So they immediately went trespassing. Oh, nope. So don't tell them, but it just means I get to do my evil schemes more easily. Because I'm playing Wild Through the Witchlight. Just for anyone that was curious. Okay, so no fuel. That's a problem. Like, I cannot get any more of these barricaded. That's a well, which I can't build. Yep. Which... I'm not gonna don't say if you know, because I don't know if they're in chat and they haven't gotten to any more information. But if you do know that one, you'll know what I'm talking about when I say it just lets me scheme. The basic premise is really cool. It's one of my favorite hooks, which is why I'm running it as my first proper campaign. Is basically every player has lost something as a child when they visited a fae carnival known as the Witchlight Carnival. And the thing they lost wasn't necessarily something physical. It may have been something like their sense of fashion, their height, their creativity. And the goal is for these players to get it back. It's a really good, it's a very role-play heavy campaign, which I am enjoying. I think I will also want to run another campaign that is more combat focused at some point. But, it's been very fun, even my brain was kind of dead after it because I was role-playing like 20 characters over the course of the night. Nope, do not fuck with the moose. Do not fuck with the moose. Okay, that's a board and some more nails. Find the entrance to the... Oh! Oh, was it talking about a different house with an entrance to the underground? Corpse with some bandages. You know what? I have taken enough of a beating. Okay, well, that's now going to be quote 666. Ow! I was looking at chat. Ow! Good thing I have a single bandage. I'm sure that'll fix my fucking bear-trapped foot. Gas, nice. I don't feel like I would need a pack of cigarettes. Okay, but it's a free-to-carry one. Yeah, no, it is. Just do not fuck with the meese. Okay, E. Bread. And, okay. What do I want to keep? I feel like a flare... No, a flare could be really... I can come back. Also, I think I need to get running. Hi, Kita. Welcome on in. I feel like we're in Sunset. Oh, damn it, that's one you can't run through. I believe it was to the top left. Maybe now just straight north? Hopefully I'm going the right direction, because I don't oh. That's an unsprung bear trap. Well, I think I'm gonna die. Because I don't know where I am. Wait, this is it, Get that generator going. Wait, I need to barricade. You know what? We'll just store some alcohol in here quickly. Because I'm sure alcohol and a saw would not end poorly. Okay, turn that on. Barricade. Praise the lamp. Okay, very carefully barricade. Hi, Brian. Yes, this game. Okay, is there any windows? Because that's blocked by a probably not ideal. Like, this does not feel like it's enough of a barricade, but friend. Am I allowed to sleep? No. No sleep. My only real weapon is a torch, which is not a very good weapon. I'm also going to run over here to store some things. Too dangerous to cook during the night. Interesting. Do I barricade the door? Well, hopefully it's fine, because I would rather not have to burn planks every day. I'll pause while the ads run. Also, how you doing, Brian? Let me also dismiss my own pinned message, just so I can see more of y'all wonderful chat members. Fair enough, fair enough. If I'm going to take a guess, playing some Balatro. Because Balatro. I've been working. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, that would be a busy day. I've been busy the last couple of days because of D&D. I was actually talking about it where one of my players committed a crime in the first 5 minutes. It was a minor crime, but it was a crime. Like, basically, actually, I'll wait until the ads are over so people are actually able to hear. Oh yeah, go for it. You are trustworthy. Ah! Tony. Oh no. I have a message request. Okay, fair enough. Yep, this new form of spam bots. Hello there, what inspired you to start streaming? They've moved over to saying hi and asking a question. To make people interact with them. But I am 99% sure this is spam. Yes, it is the usual graphic designer spam. Da-da-da-da-da-da. But yeah, like, the ads are pretty much over now. My D&D party has kind of split into 3 groups. We have the groups that are just the two. We have a couple of people who are just kind of enjoying the carnival. They're like just having a good time, going on things. Like, one of them pretty much is just here to go on the carousel. That's apparently just what they want out of life. Then we have a couple of people who are like trying to figure out what happened to their things and trying to solve that whole mystery. And then we have the couple of people that are just being criminals. There is some overlap between those groups, but a couple of them are just being criminals. Like cheating and trespassing and like literally not like some of the mystery hunter people are trespassing to try to figure out things. No, the other group is just kind of not wanting to pay money and or get money from other people. This is true. I may as well we wait for the night to progress. Just chill. Oh, dogs. But yeah, it was a great first session. People took a lot, like played a lot with it. So like one of the chill groups, one of the first things is that you can make a bargain for a ticket rather than paying money. So one of them had to compliment everyone they meet, and they have been. They have actually been coming up with a compliment for every single person they have walked into. It's been great. The only thing that is sad is that we are currently on a bi-weekly schedule. Because I have 2 D&D games now that are bi-weekly on Fridays. But I really want to play more. I want to see what they do. Unironically, I might, like, okay, I am going to be that one weirdo. I actually think I enjoy DMing more than... Is the light fading? I think I actually enjoy DMing more than being a player, weirdly enough. It is. It's just work that I enjoy doing. I like, okay. Just let me elaborate. Let me just emphasize when I say I enjoy doing that kind of work. I have yet to actually make a homebrew campaign. I have only been using pre-made NPCs. If I go to my characters category, which is a mixture of some characters that I could play, but a lot of characters are just characters, NPCs. I have like 12 to 20 NPCs that I could just pull out. Literally, I just have them pre-made. Just for fun, I just made a bunch of NPCs. Like, let me pull out this guy. An agnostic paladin, that was misled by a self-interested priest, raised to believe in a false god, leaving them eventually disillusioned by that faith when the priest, you know, summoned a demon or whatnot, leaving them still a individual of faith, but not really believing in a specific god. They are just agnostic paladin. Yep, exactly. Literally just a paladin that is religious, which not all paladins are religious, but does not believe in any god. Has faith, but not faith for a specific god. I will note, that idea is stolen. Pretty much all of these ideas have been very heavily inspired by something. Sometimes it's like a game feature. Sometimes it's another character. Because there was another one that, yeah, basically is faithful, but is disillusioned with the belief of a specific god. Kind of, okay, this is a weird comparison, but kind of like Chaos Undivided in Warhammer, but not evil. In that Chaos Undivided is not following a specific god, but does still venerate the chaos gods as a general concept. But like some other ones I've got is a chaotic neutral Kenku or Aarakocra. That was my medicine bottle falling. Don't worry about that. I also have a Kenku, or which one is the one that can copy things and can't fly? That's Kenku. Yeah, so it's a Kenku that is chaotic neutral. Is basically just completely hates, yeah, they technically can only mimic other people, but I generally would roll with it as they have heard enough speech, they can say whatever they want to say. But a Kenku, this is a Kenku that has basically that it believes in absolute freedom and just completely despises, like, travel regulations, customs, all that. So they just use smuggling and they do smuggling by using the mimicry and expert duplication features of the Kenku, where they can basically copy anything they see. So, oh, you want to get into this place? Sure, let me just quickly write you up some papers that will get you through customs. That would be a lich, honestly. If you want to make something like that, you would be making a lich with a familiar of some sort that holds its phylactery. Which is a really cool, I love liches. I want to. I will sooner or later be making a campaign with the lich as the big bad. I love liches. A lot of people run liches in a relatively boring way of a phylactery having to be a boring old box with their soul in it. You can do a lot with phylactery. Yeah, feel free. Yeah, it's like they just, especially as like they may have grown up in an area without any sort of nation, if you want to roll with it a little further. A lot of these I've written as, I tend to write my characters as role agnostic, is how I would describe them. It's a outline that I could either turn into a proper player character, or that sounds closer to a revenant. Fucking hell. Like one of my favorite like, I like as well, you can play a lot with liches by going into a little bit of homebrew, because, like, what if the lich's phylactery was not a physical object? That's a fun one for me. What if instead of the lich's phylactery being a physical object, it's something like a faith? Like, basically, they have attached their life force to a religion centered around them. So you have to squash faith in that lich to turn that into, to defeat that lich permanently. And you could even, especially if you're going with a very high level campaign for this, you could even have it be that they are essentially ascending into being a proper god. They're in a somewhat demigod status, but if they ascend, they will do very bad things. Because liches are almost godlike entities. Is there actually? Like, I mean, here's the thing. Are we talking for a player character or for an NPC? If there's an NPC, absolutely. You're God. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I think for a player character, I think there are some spells. So it's not, you can't generally freely manipulate. You cannot necessarily freely manipulate metal and like metals, but there are spells that let you in very limited ways manipulate metals. So if you want to make something like yeah, that's not gonna happen for a host of reasons. Almost all of them, all the ways that can manipulate iron can manipulate metals, can only manipulate something they can see. And add to that we're talking about a fantasy realm. The knowledge that blood contains iron would at the very least be a very niche knowledge, if anyone even has it. They would need to both directly see the blood, and even then, I would argue they're not seeing the iron. They're only seeing the blood that contains iron. And there would be limitations on how much they can manipulate. You can only manipulate what you can see. So you could make something akin to a blood hunter which can use blood as a weapon. But you wouldn't be able to do blood bending. Yeah, you absolutely can do that. Blood hunters are a class. That too. And there's a lot of races that don't even have blood. Like, have fun manipulating the blood of a gelatinous cube. But if you're doing I would either do that as a blood hunter or a reflavored shadow blade, hexblade warlock. Where, because if I recall correctly, hexblade warlocks can basically just summon a sword. Or you could do a psychic blade rogue. There's a lot of ways of free flavor, because this is something that I strongly believe in. Flavor is free. For example, the psychic blade warlock can just create psychic daggers as just for free. They can just summon a dagger to their hand. So, if you wanted to, you could reflavor that as blood flowing from your veins into the form of a dagger, which you then stab someone with before it returns into your body. That's perfectly fine. If you want to reflavor the mechanical side, that requires more discussion. But flavor is free. Land, sea, air. We're going on a whole tangent here. Let me get back into the game so it continues passing. But yeah, I am seriously considering running a second campaign. Generally, yes. Not necessarily that it is... Yeah, Eldritch Knight is another option. There's a lot of options. And to me, it's kind of, what do you want to achieve with this? Because I, as a DM, love giving people advice on how do you achieve what you want. Like, that's part of why I love DMing, is just like, I have just picked up a lot of knowledge about how D&D works. So if you describe a character idea to me, I can probably give you at least an option for reflavoring that you absolutely will be able to play. Like, just as an example, something that I've legitimately thought about. What if someone wants to play a character that is inspired by Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter, for anyone that knows that? Oh, well, that's a problem. Yippee! But yeah, like if you want to play Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter, we're going to stay on this tangent for a bit. Play a paladin with a Pact of Vengeance. Because that is basically what Kurapika is. Kurapika is out for vengeance and has gained power by explicitly directing their abilities to only be able to harm those they hate. The people that killed their village. Yeah, I would say raccoons, like, generally a magical construct such as a familiar would fade away when they die. Perfectly fine with them. Like, you are gonna keep track of them. I'm not going to mess with that. But I am perfectly fine with that. Within reason. I'm not going to let you do the, like, simulacrum loop with Wish. That's not happening. But, or actually, more accurately, if you try that, I'm gonna make an evil clone. Just so you know. I will monkey's paw the shit out of people trying to pull shit like that. Because for anyone that is unaware of the simulacrum loop, basically, simulacrum is a very powerful spell where you can make a copy of someone for, I believe it's an hour. But, what you can, in a very specific way, use Wish to make a copy of yourself that also can cast Wish. Which then means that that Wish can be used to generate another simulacrum, which can be used to generate another simulacrum, which can be used to generate another simulacrum. Repeat. Yes. And, or it's not an infinite wish glitch, because the only way to get another wish is to use that wish for a simulacrum. I will say that would depend on the campaign. In my current campaign, for example, I don't really care. It is, at least if I remember what Goodberry correctly. Like, no one has Goodberry in my campaign. We have no rangers or druids. We have 2 bards, a sorcerer, a warlock, and a monk. That is my party. Yeah, like that's, I would say, personally, I would make it be, if it is a non-survival based campaign, I have no problem with Goodberry. But I would rule it as you're not going to be able to just shovel them into your mouth. Well, for one, even if you actually, no, I'd even be fine with that. It takes a first level spell. So it's like, if it is a non-survival based mechanic, sure. It just means you're skipping on rations. And yes, it is 10 hit points. It is a really good healing spell. But, it's also slow. It takes full actions to eat the berries. And if it becomes a problem of people using it to get people up, one, I don't know if I'd qualify that as something that would be easy, because you have to shovel a berry down a unconscious person's throat. But also, if that really did become a problem of people abusing it to just get back up with 1 HP, I would apply some homebrew of getting exhaustion or other penalties for going down to make it a little less useful to get stuck in that death loop. Not generally. That's the thing. It depends on the campaign. There are campaigns I would run where I would do hardcore rationing. But my current campaign is not that. My current one is more of a fun romp through the Feywild. Fun romp through the Feywild as long as you don't fuck up when talking with the Fey. And yeah, but it's just like, there are some campaigns where it's like, if I'm going to do something akin to a West Marches campaign, you are keeping track of your rations. If you're going on an expedition out into the reaches, you better have brought enough rations. And in that case, I would limit Goodberry. Possibly. That would be something I'd have to fiddle with, but... Because on the other hand, they are spending... Although it's only a single first level slot. It would depend on the level of the campaign, weirdly. That's an interesting one. You absolutely could do that. Because there's a lot of warlocks. And some wouldn't make as much sense. But, like, a devil possessing a warlock would be neat. Because it's not a deity. They're barring maybe a celestial warlock. You'd be wanting a cleric if you want it to be a deity. But like, Pact Blade would be really cool for that, where it's a blade that sort of possesses the wielder. All right, Pact Blade or Hex Blade. Those are two very similarly named warlock aspects. But yeah, I am sincerely considering running a second campaign in the near future. I'll want to get a little more settled into my current campaigns, but to at least be a few weeks, I think. But I might start recruiting for another campaign, just because I am really loving it. Or at least I might start like planning for a campaign. Which I think there's a few ideas bouncing in my head. One, I could do something with Eberron. That is one of my favorite settings. I would love to do something with Eberron. Two would be because in general with things like this, my thought processes for creative endeavors I would describe as being crystalline, which is an odd way of describing it, but it's always that my ideas bloom out from a central nucleus. In that I pick something to start with, and then everything else flows from that. So, for Eberron, for example, this is my setting. What would be cool to do in that setting? What villain would be needed to work with this setting? On the other hand, I mentioned earlier, I want to run a game with a Lich sometime. So if I was doing that, I would design the Lich, and then figure out what world does he belong to? What would his plan be? What is his evil scheme? Or not evil scheme. Villains, the antagonists do not have to be evil in D&D. Black and white can be fun. I kind of hate people that try to act like interacting with gray morality is boring. Or interacting with, not using gray morality is boring. Gray morality is great, but sometimes you just want to be the hero. Sometimes you just want to be the hero, beat up the bad guys, save the day. We're going on tangents. Don't worry about it. Very much. That would be interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting ideas. Like, I also would. It's like, that is very difficult to make a good Lich, depending on the setting, though. Good Liches are rare because a lot of the Liches are inherently rooted in evil gods. They also would have the fun possibility of that. You would definitely want to talk with your DM if you were doing that. In general, warlocks talk with your DMs. Because warlocking, you absolutely gotta fucking, like, how much, because some people just want to be a warlock in that you kind of vaguely made a deal a while ago, but you kind of just want it to have been resolved. And you just want to play as the occultist. On the other hand, some people want their deity to their patron to actively fuck with them. Warlocks do not worship anything. Warlocks have made a deal for power. Even if they are offering devotion, they are not doing it for free. They are a explicitly transactional class. I give you X, and you give me power and knowledge. Even if you want to just make an evil priest, you make a cleric, and just make them follow an evil god. Warlocks have to select a patron, which is someone they made a deal with, such as a archfey, a devil, a Great Old One, something from the hidden realms of the deep. If you want to be an off-brand cleric, you make a deal with a celestial, so on and so forth. Like, in general, with all of the mages, like all of the spellcasters, you have artificers, however you want to say it, who their magical ability comes from a mixture of like physical construction and spellcasting. They're very much the Magitech class. Bards somehow manage to do it through song. Yeah, no, I legitimately would love to see a chaotic evil character that is basically being forced to be good by a celestial. Legitimately, because it would be an interesting story of a chaotic evil character that is being reformed, quote unquote, by an angel. That is just like, hey, if you're not good, we're gonna put you in the box for a day or two. Clerics get their magical ability from devotion to a god or gods. I would personally make it be that you could also do that you are kind of worshiping a more general concept rather than a specific god, but that's DM specific. The rules is written, you are worshiping a god or goddess, but god is also a gender neutral term. It's kind of a weird thing. Druids get their power just from a general veneration of nature. Paladins get their power from an oath that they made. Basically, they have just bound themselves to an oath so tightly that their own oath gives them power. Rangers don't really know why they're magical, but they're kind of just like a more civilized version of a druid in a lot of ways. Sorcerers have it from a bloodline or luck, or in some way they were infused with magic. Warlock has made a deal for power, and a wizard has spent years of study gaining this power. And then fighters just punch things. And berserkers just berserk. Or barbarians just berserk. Fair enough. Like, it's study, but it's study of specifically nature. They're very much based off of gamekeepers. Where, like, the druid is protecting nature. The ranger is what is the word? Like, they're the custodian of nature. They want to keep the land healthy so they can hunt in it. I believe blood hunters are just based off of sacrifice, but they're technically homebrew. Okay, they're edgelords. They are clever arcane warriors who have bound their essence to the dark creatures they hunt to better stalk and survive their prey. Armed with the rights of forbidden blood magic and a willingness to sacrifice their own vitality and humanity for the cause. So, basically, a you must become the monster to fight the monster kind of style. It's, okay, here's the thing. There is a few parts of D&D that are in a kind of nebulous ground on homebrew to official. So, it's not UA, it is a sort of source book, I believe released by Critical Role for Blood Hunters, which is, it is acknowledged by Wizards of the Coast, and is, like, so like you can buy it on D&D Beyond, for example, but it's not technically an official D&D module. there's a few things like that. You also have Grim Hollow. Which is like a I don't actually know how to quite describe it. It's a very specific dark one. I mean, yeah, a lot of warlocks are going to strive to become a patron in some way, because that is ultimate power. But then, like, you also had the one with all of the birds. That was basically Redwall. Lamp! Alright, we've been on this tangent for a while. Let's get back exploring. Oh, Wolfman. Even from afar, I can smell your putrid stench. Be glad I don't have an appetite for carcasses and meat. The figure hides its face under the hood. It smells of wet soil and fur. I know what you're after. I can help you reclaim what you've lost, if you help me attend to a certain matter. What do you say, comrade? As he leans towards me, I can hear him giggling under the hood. I knew it would interest you. Before I make a deal, you need to prove that you can do the job. I have no time for weaklings, meat. You follow? Show me what you're made of. Get through to the Silent Forest. You think it's so easy? If I were you, I would prepare myself well before setting out. When you get there, you will find me in this spot. Remember it. Wolf grabs my map and scribbles something on it. Likes of you always crawl back to me. Show him a plastic chick. Beautiful item, perfect for a church fair. What's this you've got there? The wolf snatches the photograph from my hand and studies it carefully. Finally, he snorts, his thick yellow spit landing on the road. On the photo. This road doesn't exist anymore. Overgrown with trees like all the other ones. The wolf throws the photo to the ground. Better forget about the road home, meat. Around here, all the roads lead to nowhere. If I were you, I wouldn't venture too far from here, unless you get bored of your lousy life, meat. Only a few return from the dense woods. And those who made it back are not happy to share their happy stories. Okay. He doesn't really want much of what I've got. Do you sell gas? You do. But I don't. He would buy rocks, but he'd buy them for free. So... Oh, wait, he trades on reputation, not on a actual currency. I see. So if I sell 15 matches, or 5 matches... Oh, wait, no, I need one more. Yeah, okay. That's interesting. There is no currency, it's just how much does this character like you, basically. Yeah, I'm sure. If you wish to spend some more quality time basking in the striking, yet natural beauty of my features, before I head off to the Silent Forest, you'll find me in my camp in the Dry Meadow. The wolf points to a location on my map. Also, if it's not clear, I also just like doing voices. Which is another thing that makes me enjoy DMing. Because I just get all of the excuses to do fun voices. I probably would want to barricade that front door and use the bookshelf instead. You know what? Let me go store some stuff. Before we set out anywhere. Okay, I think I do still have some planks inside. I also do have this workbench. You can make a chain trap or a bear trap. I can also use this wardrobe. I need to refill. Oh god, that is stuck in there now. Okay, there we go. Oh, what the? Okay, and I can drag it like that. Let me keep the stones, but basically drop everything else back in here. And then pour this to restock. Okay. And okay, it looks like you do not keep the tank. Okay, I'm gonna just quickly barricade the front. That's totally fair. You have a good lurk while I try not to die. I feel like that's the safe option. Keep everything barricaded, and then take this. That is an interesting idea, raccoons, though also very setting specific. That's a rabbit. There's no way I can kill it, and I don't really know if I'd want to. Not really. A lot of them are more just angry. It happens. It definitely, if we're going to play a himbo, that's the class. Oh, okay. That is, I do appreciate you telling me that. Thank you. Because that's something I would not catch, and is going to definitely, oh. Poor bastard probably died of starvation. Just some rags. With a light. Could be useful. Is there okay, there is also a map. But my position is not marked. Yeah, that does a lot. Oh, corpse. Free stuff. Though here's the big question, is going to be, don't tell me the answer to this. This is me self-pondering. How sustainable is surviving? Is there, the question will be, is there a point where I'm going to kind of run out of resources? Again, do not tell me. I'm pondering out loud. Oh, right, this house. Which did have some more stuff for me to grab. Unless someone else... oh! Stuff changes each night. That's good to know. There was stuff here. Oh, wait, no. No. It was... in the backpack. There we go. Never mind. Because there's two things stacked on top of each other. Oh, but yeah. Oh, yeah, don't fuck with the moose. That's going to be my mantra. Do not, nope, no. I'm not fucking with you. Never fuck with a moose. Yeah, so this is the underground entrance, I think? Name sounds familiar. But I would not confidently be able to say I have. Another corpse. Gas. That's really good to see. Is that bandages with alcohol? Oh, neat. Let me bring this load of stuff back. Because, yeah, I feel like I have a limited time to leave this area in some way, because I will run out of gas. I could get a well, but why would I need a well? Let's find out. Okay, that's a way of healing without using resources. I still need to figure out what the code to this is. I also should have brought... tomorrow I'll have to bring this. Oh, God, I'm running out of places to store things. Okay. Nope, don't switch on. There was like a... I guess I could store stuff in the wood pile? I guess? And let's throw this mushroom into here. Because it looks like I need 50 for a dose. I'm trying to think what that class would be. Because they're, like, going full homebrew is beyond my current DMing ability. Oh, wait, that's poison mush. Let's go a little bit down, up and left. Yeah, it's like, I'm trying to think if there's a way to do that flavor-wise. Yeah, that could just be flavor for Pact of the Blade, but that would be a warlock. Is it already becoming night, or is it just this area is darker? I think it's just this area is darker. Because the light, it turns orange. Right, it turns orange when it's sunset. It could also be Psychic Blade Rogue, again. That's probably even better. Yes, that is a Hexblade. Hexblade warlocks are, you have a weapon as a major part of your pact. Technically, it's that... Oh, I could open this with a pick. Wait, did I store the lockpick? Shit, I stored the lockpick. Okay, where is... Okay, this is the Silent Forest. That's a while off. Ooh, another corpse full of free stuff, including some wire. If I find another wire, I could get a lockpick. Broken tractor. Ooh, that's a lot of gasoline and some wire. Let me quickly turn that into a lockpick. Yeah, I think, like, that would be, rather than a sorcerer, you would either make that a rogue or a... Oh, what? The fuck are you? Did he just, like, throw a rock at me and then run away? Is that really what he just did? Did he just yeet a rock at me and then scamper off like a gremlin? Yeah, that does a Hexblade inbuilt shapeshift? Like, does the weapon? God damn it! Now I'm going into DM mode. Be like, is that how that works? Hexblade, like, it would definitely be within the realms of. Oh, right, yes, Pact of the Blade. Yep. So at 3rd level, you could take Pact of the Blade with the Hexblade to get what you want out of that, essentially. In particular, because that lets you use your Charisma modifier, which rather than your Strength or Dexterity, which is the primary thing that Warlocks want. I don't want to go too far. Especially since he did explicitly warn against being unprepared going to the Silent Forest. Yeah, if you are going Hexblade, you are probably going to be taking Pact of the Blade. Some people won't, because you can also do it in interesting ways without it, but most people will. Pact of the Blade is already also just one of the cooler options for that. Because there's also Pact of the Tome and Pact of the Chain, which is you either get a familiar or a book. Oh. Okay, so that guy just set up a bear trap, I think. Oh, okay. Oh, what the heck? When I look away from that, that changes completely. I feel like picking up that shiny stone is a bad idea. Which is, of course, why I did it. Okay, then. It's worth a lot. That's about it. Yeah, these guys are just, like, going around setting up bear traps. This guy's throwing arm is so bad. Yeah, it is sustainable scrap, which also is something I could probably trade. I think actually, yes. I think there is a path, a subclass that can let them wild shape partially. Am I wrong? I can't remember if that's homebrew or not. Yeah, it seems like the big thing is gas. It seems like your lifetime is measured in gasoline. If you have more gas, you can stay safe longer. If you have less, good luck. Yeah. That would possibly be doable. You could at least definitely turn into an animal that matches that description, because if you go full wild shape build, you can get some pretty scary options to turn into. Okay, things are starting to get a little orange. Let me make sure I have plenty of fuel. I mean, the only thing with the druids that some people get a little wrong. Okay, I actually do have a character in that vein. Do you guys want to hear what he looks like or what he actually is? Okay. Fair enough. Well, I guess let's go. Because like, if you're getting to he is a traveling merchant that, sells some books. And he is missing an arm. He is missing his left arm. If asked about it, he'll talk about how, yeah, he used to fight in a war. It ended poorly for him. That guy's a spy master. He pretends to be a book merchant, as a cover. Okay, how do I rotate you? And spies can get into contact with him via asking for specific books or other requests that you would normally make of a traveling merchant. They get that into place. Basically, yes. And he would use Mage Hand as a alternative arm, basically. So there would require a little bit of homebrew, specifically because Mage Hand technically cannot perform an attack. Like, by the rules, you would not be able to use Mage Hand to hold a weapon. But specifically, I would ask, as well as it is functionally attached to his cut off arm, like, while it is within arm's reach of him, it could act as an arm in all of its murdery glory. Okay, I may have turned that on a little early, but rather turn it on early than late. Definitely could do that. Like, you would have to do a little bit of homebrew on the weapon, but that's a lot like, a homebrewed weapon is very easy. I would say, here's the thing, you say that, Circuit, but a warlock making a pact with a entity in exchange for an arm actually sounds dope. Like, a pact made with a entity and them giving them a, like, to seal that deal, giving them a arm to represent their patron. That sounds fucking cool. No, we're not, I guess if you wanted to, you could be a warforged warlock that used to be a human. I mean, a warlock is not necessarily in a lot of warlocks are actually going to be in a mutually beneficial agreement. The arm is not necessarily going to be trying to corrupt the warlock, but you can make it be that the entity gives them a right hand, but they're also metaphorically the right hand of that deity. Of, if they are called, they must act on behalf of the devil. True, you can make your patron malicious. There's nothing against that. It just it's not required. Because ultimately, all that makes a warlock is that there is a deal in place. That deal can have been made in a moment of desperation, or it can have been made after decades of study to ensure that you make the deal correct. The Archfey, like, in general, I will say, looking at the original 3 patron options of Archfey, Great Old One, and Devil, it's pretty obvious they were going with like a good neutral evil lineup. The Archfey is good, the Great Old One is neutral, and the Devil is evil. Cause the Archfey is described. I have not touched Pathfinder yet. I'm not opposed to it or anything, I just haven't had a reason to. Because generally when I have looked away from D&D, it's mostly been, looking to things like Lancer that do something truly distinct from D&D, rather than an alternative fantasy roleplay style. With Pathfinder, it's a great alternative to D&D from what I've heard, but it is still in that same style, it's not doing something fundamentally different. Oh, is the light coming back? Is the night almost over? I do need to find a weapon. Just like a proper weapon that isn't a torch. Yeah, that's like, I know D&D, so that's what I'm currently running. I am also interested in running Lancer at some point. Also ads. Also, this game has so far been a lot less spooky than I really thought it was going to be. Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, let me set up this bear trap. Oh yeah, go for it. Because I am also homebrew friendly in the games I run. It's just, I will need to vet it. That music is sounding like a new day. There we go. So, Circuit, just to be clear... Oh, and I got oh, wait. Oh, hi! A man, roughly my size, is standing before me. I can barely make out his disturbingly familiar features through the matte visor of his helmet. The massive helmet is covered with an old sack and seems to be an integral part of the unnaturally pale body. Okay, let me take a gander at this. No, I don't care about your merchandise. Let's see, Eidolon. Interesting. Yeah, I will say, things that rely on character death do get a little funky. Especially because that would basically result in an unkillable character. Yes, the patron would get control for 24 hours, but that's still a unkillable character. So it's either something that doesn't matter or causes problems. Yeah, that is interesting. And they also just inherently are allowed to summon monsters. But only one at a time, which does help a lot with the summoner. Like, it avoids the issue of, I summon 32 giant constrictor snakes. Which is something you can do in D&D, by the way. It's a druid spell. I can't remember the spell's name. Yeah, that is... No, that's not really quite a revenant. Oh, because a revenant is... When they die, they are so full of hatred towards something that they get 24 hours to act before they... Or is it not... Is it a day? No, it's a month. A year? Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Druid Wild Shapes. Revenants are, they're basically an unstoppable, they're the ultimate answer to murder hobos. Oh, you murdered an innocent man? No, there is a limit. There is a way of running out the timer on a Revenant. Revenant D&D. Let me look up their stat sheet. They last a long time. It's not 24 hours. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's 24 hours for it to reform. I think they get 1 year to hunt. Yeah. It is half a year, apparently. 6 months. Either 6 months or until they get their target, whichever comes first. Or, okay, no, that was older editions. 5th edition upped it to a year. Basically, it is, and if they, even if you can kill them, that they will come back. They will reform in 24 hours from being killed. They also are immune to to normal effects that turn undead. And the only thing that is noted as a way of getting them to go back early is a wish spell. And I think the best part is that the Revenant is so angry, you have to kill them and then use a wish spell. You can't send them back with a wish spell unless they also are currently bodiless. That's not a joke. That is in the stat block. You can only use a wish spell to return it to the afterlife and not return if it is bodiless. Wish is a spell... Oh, yeah. Isn't Null just a race you can play raw now? Am I crazy? Didn't they make that in Mordekainen's? Maybe not. I'm not actually certain. Let's see. Let me go to Wikidot. Wikidot is my go-to for this. Races. No. I would certainly, if nothing else, as a reflavored monstrous race. Like a bugbear, because you can play a bugbear raw. It's in 5e tools? Okay, why is it not on Wikidot then? Oh, Wikidot might be using only the legacy, as in, it might not be counted for... Because the problem is 5e tools includes a lot of homebrew circuits. That's the only problem with Null on 5e tools. It's... Okay, but that's... Okay, I need to look this up. Null. Oh, okay, note, this race is listed in the Dungeon Master's Guide as an option for creating NPCs. It is not designed for use as a playable race. So I would allow it, most likely, because this actually seems entirely reasonable. It's strength +2, intelligence -2, normal creature stats of humanoid medium 30 feet, you can bite people for 1d4 plus strength, instead of the bludgeoning damage of an unarmed strike. You have dark vision, and, like, Rampage is the only concern. Because when you reduce a creature to 0 hit points with a melee attack on your turn, you can take a bonus action. Though that, even still, that takes a bonus action. Like, this is fine. But yeah, feel free to link. Oh, little friend wants hydration. I actually need to have hydration either way. Thank you for the hydrate, Blossom. God, we are going to be going on so many tangents today because I'm jittery about D&D. Yeah, so strength by 1, dexterity by 1. That seems reasonable, though honestly, I'd probably do strength con if I was going to make one. They don't really seem overly dexterous. But they definitely feel like they could take a beating. Alignment, I ultimately just don't really care. Like, species alignment, I think it can be a useful DMing tool. It is not useful for player characters. Normal ages, normal size, normal walking speed, you get basic dark vision. Yeah. Though, the DMG doesn't actually give you a -2 int. Which would make them terrible as a race. You get Rampage, which again, Rampage is powerful. It is definitely the main reason you would play the Null. But it takes your bonus action. Which is a pretty major deal with a lot of characters who want to be in melee range. And you have to get the finishing blow with a melee attack, specifically. Basically, you're playing a fighter or a barbarian, if you want to use the Rampage. And even then. Like, monks use their bonus actions constantly, don't they? Am I mixing up classes? Because you can only use one bonus action. So if you're... I think that takes you out of monk. Most do. I think fighter and barbarian use it the least. If I'm remembering right. Because pretty much all the spellcasters have a bonus action spell they can pick up. So it's going to be one of the pure martials inherently, as like does not use bonuses. Rogues are rogues, but only to start, and that would like, is it? Yeah, rage is a bonus action, but you can maintain rage, if I remember correctly. I have not played a barbarian or ever considered playing a barbarian, because I'll be honest, I will never play a barbarian because I used to have anger issues, and I don't really want to roleplay a character who is based around anger issues. Not as like my whole thing for a campaign. Like I would imagine that statement's probably a surprise for some of you, because I have been told I am an exceedingly chill dude. That is because I used to be an exceedingly unchill dude. But yeah, it's like, yeah, it is. It would not work for your first turn on Barbarian, but once you're in a rage, as long as you keep attacking, you're not going to stop. You're not going to get out of your rage for the fight. So that would make a lot. That would be. Yeah. Apparently, it's a common thing for the TISM. Is autistic rage. Not a joke. That's just apparently a common thing, because we are just not really good at processing our emotions. And anger is one of the most obvious examples of, if you're not able to process this emotion, you lash out. But yeah, it's like, I think if you were building around Rampage, you would be playing a barbarian or fighter. But for most classes, it's just going to be something you could do if you haven't used your bonus action and happen to kill someone. So yeah, I would be fully willing to allow this null on one of my tables. Honestly, you can do more broken things if you're just playing a variant human, because variant humans are stupid. Like, if in general, I am not as fussed about balance, because most of the time, yes, true. I actually do acknowledge that. But if I was going to want to play a character that was going in that direction, I'd rather play a monk. Because monkhood is, compared to something like priesthood, it's not about suppressing your emotions, but controlling them rather than them controlling you. So I would rather use the class that is about control rather than about controlled anger, in my personal opinion. There's a lot of, like, there's also, like, legitimately, I've considered that. But, so, like, if I was going to play a barbarian, I would literally just be going for it as mechanical. I would not roleplay the anger. I would just say, I am going to rage. Which, admittedly, I do find the idea of a scholarly barbarian amusing. Of, like, someone attempting to understand why the anger draws magical power. So they are literally, like, scientifically getting angry. I find that idea funny. Where, they're not just doing the rage. Legitimately, that actually would be fun. Barbarian War Wizard, which I'm so glad that there are martial wizard options. Do not. Possibly, like, that is, it's not necessarily entirely calm rage, but it's also just like, cause like, I can get myself angry. I know what thoughts I have to think to get myself angry. I can do that. I can artificially induce rage in myself. If I both think the right thoughts and don't resist it. But I choose not to, because there's no benefit to it. So take that, but in a world where, no, do not, where rage is power and is magical. No, legitimately, this is something I have stated. If I don't know if I've stated it on stream, if I was like, as a child, if I grew up in the D&D universe, I would probably be a barbarian. Because I really was fucking angry as a child. But in a world where that anger turns into power, that would have been encouraged rather than suppressed. And I don't say suppressed as a negative thing. It was very, my family handled my anger issues in a very good way that allowed me to get a effective level of control over it. Wait, Echo Knight? Since when? I haven't looked at some of these fighter subclasses. Ah, right, this was from Wildermouth. I have not read up on the Wildermouth subclasses. Like, I would say if I was as I am now, and yeah, but like, it's a different sort of control. I'm not quite able to put it into words what the difference between like the barbarian control and the monk control. But like, if I was going to say, like, what class would I be if I was teleported into a fantasy world right now? I would say either a monk or a wizard. Those would be the ones that I would place myself in. I don't think I would have the faith of a cleric or the oath of a paladin. I don't think I'm just not the kind of person that would want to rely on a power out of my control. I am also not or an artificer, because artificer is, unfortunately, it is the only class that is not combat focused, or not entirely combat focused. Like, there's not very many non-combat spells in D&D. Artificer is pretty much the only class that has inbuilt features that are not centered around combat. Rogue, admittedly, would surprisingly have been another option for me, because despite being a 6'3" dude, I jump scare people occasionally. Because I can walk very quietly. I am surprisingly sneaky. So, legitimately. We're talking about, like, if we were taken to a D&D world, what class would we theoretically be? Because, like, realistically, we're peasants. But if we were a player character, what class would we be? The class, like, currently I'm playing one character. I played one character as of yet, which is a wizard. They were a character I've toyed around with for a while, Solern, I was kind of split between wizard and warlock, but because of some setting-specific information, it made more sense to be a wizard. Because originally they were going to be a warlock. Because the character is basically my thought of what would a lawful evil character that can play nice with a good party look like? My answer to that question is make them a politician. That's not a joke, by the way. That is how you make a lawful evil party member for D&D. Make him a politician. They do good things because it benefits them. So, like, my character is a Waterhavian noble from Waterdeep that is... No, I would personally say. Here's the thing. the ultimate reason why we consider, like, necromancy is presented as evil is because we live in a world without it. In our world, there is no genuine reason to rob a grave. There is not really a, like, you're just going to steal from them. Their grave robbing is really the only reason to rob a grave. But, like, it's the only reason to dig up someone or whatnot. But in a world with necromancy, I would argue that, honestly, at least quite a few societies, necromancy would be a element of a proper rest. Generally, rules as written, most necromancy does not touch the soul of the dead. Generally. There are some ways of creating a soul or summoning a soul, but it is generally, those are specific things like Speak with Dead. In fact, Speak with Dead would probably be closer to a problem. Yeah, because, like, that's the big thing is, as well, imagine in a world with necromancy where you could leave your body and, like, you no longer have use for your body. You could have your body be a tireless workforce for your children, for your community, for your family. Like, it almost seems selfish to say that you would not, that necromancy is evil, that you should let your body rot underground. It's like, I would argue, at least in some societies, becoming a zombie, like having your corpse turn into a zombie, would just be considered proper burial. In the same way that in real life, there have been societies where a proper burial was cannibalism. That is literally how some societies considered properly burying the dead. Or the proper, because, and it's kind of hard to argue against that from a spiritual perspective. You are providing nutrients to the next generation. You are not, rather than being left to rot in a cold, dark, buried, like, actually, in some societies, being buried was the disrespectful way of burying someone. To let them rot in the earth away from the people they knew. Legitimately. That is the big thing. But that's the thing, I think it would depend on culture. But that makes it not inherently evil. That would make it a cultural thing. It would be neutral in and of itself. Like, I think, yeah, it's like there would be cultures that have built themselves off of this undead workforce. Whereas some would view that as monstrous. And neither party is necessarily right in that. That's fair. I am generally just like, just get rid of my corpse. I'm not gonna need it. Yeah, because it also is, even from an economical perspective, even from a purely pragmatic economical perspective, it does create the problem of you don't have low skill labor, because that's being done by zombies. Which can be a problem for a society, to have no work that can be done by people who are unskilled. Because why hire a guy who will work for 8 hours when you could just pay a necromancer to give you a zombie that works for 24 hours? Though, I will also note, Raised Dead, like not Raised Dead, Raised Dead is the other one. The the spell that lets you make an undead, the zombie will actually will go feral. Oh, excuse me about that. That was a burp at an inopportune time. The zombie will go feral if there's 24 hours without a necromancer reconnecting to it. So that's the other problem. It's because a feral zombie is going to bite people. It's going to attack people. It's going to kill people. It is a brainless creature just lashing out. I'm not saying brainless to as derogatory, like it's literally brainless. But a properly maintained workforce of reanimated corpses with a team of necromancers can do work really well. It's really just being because also imagine this. You can either send some peasants to mine coal or whatever fantasy or you want them to mine, risking cave-ins, doing hard work all day in a cold, dark area that nobody wants to work in. Or you could just send some zombies in there. And if one of the necromancers fails to maintain their connection, they're underground. They're not going to just come up. They're both unlikely to come up, and there would be guards. So it is very much something. Yeah, I think it is. It would definitely, again, it's an interesting debate, which I think would be interesting to have in universe. Possibly. The only thing, I guess, yeah, you could definitely make a magical item that is essentially just maintaining it. So it's basically just every day casting summon undead. Or wait, no, it's not summon undead, it's animate dead. To maintain that connection. But yeah. That was a very passionate speech because, again, I like thinking about this kind of thing. Let's get back to the game. How long was that fucking tangent? I don't even know. I remember him. He's the one who rescued me from the doctor's house. The man reaches out to me with his black hand. It's covered in charcoal. There's something written on his worn woolen glove. We need to stick together, brother. His lips are moving, but all sounds are drowned inside the helmet. He shrugs, then takes the huge sack off his back and drops it on the ground, revealing its contents. Photo of a road. He wipes his left glove on his pants, takes out the charcoal from his pocket, and starts scribbling. When he finishes, he lifts his dirty hand. All roads lead deeper into the woods. I am not even opposed to just doing D&D prep work sometime. Okay, you also have gas. And you kind of just buy everything. Oh, I would also love that. Oh, wait, let me just sell the shiny stone. Do I? Do I sell the shiny stone? Because that could be valuable. Let's do that. Any other... Ooh, that's also a staff. Oh god, those are expensive. Could I get that? Here, take a torch. Do I sell the shiny stone? Well, I have some other stuff around here. Also, I feel like I don't think I'm going to need this alcohol, for example. Although I might be able to make like a Molotov. I think I had some more scrap in here. Yeah. Maybe also sell that flare, but maybe not. Trade. But yeah, I am definitely going to be considering playing more. And staff, bam, 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 bam. Okay. That gets me a lot more gas. And something that could be considered a proper weapon. Also, mushroom. Be able to see. Oh, that's interesting. Once a day, I'll be able to heal myself. No. Once a day, I'll be able to learn my current location on the map. That sounds very useful. No. I think it's between Eagle Eye and Navigator, but... yes, I know it's Moth, and I want to take Moth, but... Navigator is so fucking... That's just so important.
Pick the MOFF.
Fine, we'll take the Moth. There. I can now heal myself at electric light sources once a day. Also, I need to go turn that off. I probably should have done that first thing. Oh, yeah, up there, time freeze. Though I don't know, Circuit, if you're still around, does the time freeze also stop the generator burning down? Okay, that is good. Okay, can't upgrade anything. Oh, I can craft more items and fit more upgrades into weapons. That's tempting. And now I have a good chunk of gas. That is very good to know. Basically, take your time in the morning. Okay. Yes, I am aware it's only in the morning. Is there any way for me to get more storage? Also, I feel like there's more roots in my house now. And is it like when I cross this fence line? Is that when start time resumes? Really wish I could get into there. Okay. God. I'm going to want these lockpicks. I can combine this scrap metal together and these rags. I'll bring the flare just in case and store... honestly, I should keep the pills. Question is, do I want to push on to... Honestly, I could probably get to the Silent Forest. But, do I? also, is there anything else I would want? Like, it would be great to get something like the Axe Blade. I could also get these boards. The problem is, I'm worried I'm going to sell something that is hard or impossible for me to get back. Okay, I would need to get fuel, but... why am I looking at that? I can make some planks. That battery has no value, apparently. I feel like the shiny stone is just a high value item, but I don't know. Okay. I guess I can also use the sawmill as storage, now that I think about it. What did I need to upgrade this workbench? Just so I can see what else. I need 3 planks. How much reputation do I still have with you? None. Got it. Okay. Let me just sell a rope and a bottle. And trade that for 3 boards. Okay, but yeah, I will definitely be looking into running another campaign sometime soonish. I'm very excited, because I've just been loving it. Interesting. Hotbar upgrade. Ooh. Of course, that requires the rope I literally just sold! Fucking course. Give me that rope back, please. Oh god, now that costs 40 to buy back. Ah! Ow. That hurt. Just losing that much okay, then what's the other thing I need? I need some kind of... Is that leather? That's probably leather. So, I guess we're gonna have to fuck with something. But I will say, this game kind of gives me D&D vibes. Is that just me? But it's just like the kind of, like, perspective is very D&D vibes. I think I have rags stored somewhere else. I never played GURPS. But just like the general, like, TTRPG kind of vibe. All right, let's... Yeah, it's a top-down map, and just something about how the things are built. Let me grab the pills. I have a staff, I have a flare, I have some lockpicks. Like, it just looks like like that aesthetic. Okay, let's try to get to the Silent Forest. Where, like, let me just quickly grab D&D map. It doesn't even matter what the map is. Literally just a map. Or actually, you know what? I know a great example. Sunless Citadel. That is totally fair, Sir May. You have a good one. Thank you for coming out and chilling. Like, oh. This right here is an example of a D&D map. You see why it reminds me of it? Because it's very D&D. It's like it's a sort of like kind of scratchy look. I guess is the best word I have for it. Yeah, which I love that look. It's a Benoy. Is there any way I could kill said Benoy? See if he gives leather. Yes. Gives odd meat, which is cookable, apparently. I get the odd feeling that killing rabbits is something I'm going to regret. Because that was way too easy. Okay. Burned houses. So I'm here. So I'm close to... Oh, a tractor. Oh, a pig. That I can't loot. Ow. I feel bad, but there's odd meat and meat. Gas, tire. Oh. I'm sorry. What if I give them meat? Hello? Okay, that calms them down. Nice. At least temporarily. Why do I feel like there's something behind the sofa? Yep. White dress. White child-sized dress and fabric. Oh. You can't hide from me, mushrooms. Okay, we might not be going to the Silent Forest today, actually. Because there's some really good shit here that I would like to cook into alcohol. Okay, I am curious if this guy is going to be angry at me again. Yes. So it's only as long as he's eating that he's cool with me. There's a lot of doggos. Okay. Yeah, I probably will want to save the meat for scarier predators as much as I like doggos. Another tractor. Did I already get loot this one? Yes. Very fair, raccoons. You have a good nap. Yeah, I don't know why he does that. It's getting concerning. Like, this isn't a bit. Legitimately, I have no idea why he's doing that. Oh. Hello. Can't disarm it without room in inventory. I'll just leave it there. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to bait something into it. Okay, I suppose I should just drink. Oh, okay, I see. Once a day, you can get free health. Cook. Odd meat. Odd looking mushroom. Odd looking mushroom. Did I put the rope in here? Yes. I'm gonna get the inventory upgrade. I think that's worth more to me right now. Did that happen? Oh, it gave me 2 extra inventory slots. I do indeed. I'm also not really currently in any urgent need of healing, though. But if I know games like this, you really want extra inventory. Store those. I guess we'll just bring the alcohol with us. Still no idea what that passcode is. I explored I don't know what it means by underground entrance. I do have a lockpick. Bear trap, gasoline, scrap, pills. I do wonder if those crates just, like, appear, or... Okay. If you don't have business with me, I don't have business... Oh. Get back here! Gonna violence you! Okay, I think my staff would break before he does. Okay, so I'm near the underground entrance. Oh, there's some free scrap metal. Dog? Hi, hello, dog. I'm mostly just avoiding the dogs. I feel like this game is not one where you necessarily want to fight everything you see. Ignore the fact that I was chasing that guy down with the stick before. So I'm somewhere around these parts. Specifically at the bottom here. Location found, broken tree. Because, like, they give you a lot of landmarks, at least at the start. Oh, rip that guy. Gas, wire, rag. Like, the main thing is I'm a little concerned. I hate this. Oh god, it's a maze. Maybe. No? Nope, no maze. Is that a dog? Oh, I see. I need to get in here. I'm sorry. Oh. What? Hmm? Oh, it's raining. Oh. Oh, I do not like this. I feel like I should have a light. Ah, yes, I'm sure the blood red lighting is a great... Oh, my... Oh, you leave it on the ground. Why did... I kind of just assumed you'd be able to, you know, carry it. Or wait, is that the sun going down? I do not like the rain. I just don't like this situation in general. Okay, and what does this lead to? Big tractor. Which I can't do anything with. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me do that quick. I don't think I did. I'm getting very hyper-focused. Okay. I wish I just sold that flare, in all honesty. So if I go north, I might run into the wolf. Okay, I found the burned houses. Problem is, I don't know if I'll still be able to see sunsets when it's raining. Can I? Sincere question. But yes, thank you for the floof pet blossom. Will I still be able to see the sunset when it's raining? Like everything turning orange, or... I unfortunately just don't know how... I don't know if I can stay out this late. It got orange on the previous nights, right before it started getting, like, going dark, because it was sunset. Hi, Salami, welcome on in. You unfortunately have arrived right as we're about to get ads. Oh, that feels like it's getting darker. Am I crazy? Oh, I do not like that. I'm going to stay close. I should refill the generator. I do believe I have some gas on me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just have no idea how long I can stay out. Is the only thing I don't really like so far is it's not even like oh, I'm scared. I don't know how long I can stay out. It's just, I don't know. Can I explore? Or am I going to just get myself killed if I do that? Fair enough. Ah, yes, the well is completely dry. There's no possible way there could be water in there. Oh god, yeah, I'm not gonna try that, but you theoretically could. Okay, trader's gone. Can't cook anything. What the hell was that noise? Oh, that was probably like wood creaking. Okay, yeah, so it is sunset. See how the vision is like orangey after the rain? That means it's currently sunset. At least that's what I've noticed. Yeah, so the rain hides the orange. But it probably doesn't hide the actual light going away. May as well just really fill it up. The big thing is I want to... I hate this ambiguousness. Definitely so currently my least favorite part about the game. Cause like I know what I want to do. I want to hit this generator and then dart in as the sun properly falls. But I don't know if I'm now wasting gasoline because we're not actually about to be there. So I definitely can't wait for that. It's probably an upgrade. Yeah, so this meat is apparently not cookable at all. But because it seems like it's odd meat, specifically. So what does it mean by a chain trap? I guess it's... What is that? It just doesn't even give a description. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Oh, that was a neck cramp. I actually could make a Molotov cocktail. That could be nice to... Oh. Lamp. Lamp. Yeah, because there's just no description. Okay, does it just do that to an enemy? Fair enough. Permanently or for a limited time? Or I guess it does that to whoever gets caught in it. Cool. So useful, but not... It's basically just a weaker version of a bear trap. Because the bear trap does it permanently. Or not permanently. It holds them in one spot. I don't know why I said permanently. Which makes sense, because it is just a cheaper version. Okay, let's move over. Chain trap also does no damage. Cool. Whereas bear trap very much does. Though I do like how, like, in this game, if you want to fix yourself up after stepping in a bear trap, you just use a bandage. Like, that would do jack shit. Like, if you step in a bear trap, your leg is broken. Optimistically. Wait, what? Why is there someone talking in my bedroom? Hi? Hi. I guess we're just chilling. You have fun in there. We didn't kill anyone in the intro, did we? Oh, wait, no, that might... No, the guy, wait, are you asking about the guy I'm playing or the guy that was here? Yeah, I forgot about that guy. I'll be honest. We went into a whole tangent. Yeah. Yeah, I remember now. Okay, let me set this up here. I'm just gonna keep fortifying. Make sure everything is still good. Like, the big thing that concerns me is that nothing has tried to break in. Yet. Why did I say anything? Oh, hi. Why the fuck did I say anything? Yeah, that literally voice activated. Could someone please clip that? That was fucking perfect. Nothing has tried to break in yet. Groaning sound of the fucking, wardrobe opening. I don't like that as well. Like, I can't really secure the wardrobe. Okay, well, it's about to be morning. Oh, after each survived night, you gain reputation with the trader. Oh. That's interesting. So that does mean... like, he also does have new supply. Oh, that's expensive. That's really expensive. So you're not, like, on a harsh timer, then. Because I can buy new gasoline. I was a little concerned by that, but I'm not going to rely on that. I feel like the game will force me to move at some point. Possibly by killing the trader. But I'm not on as tight of a time frame as I was worried. Okay. Yeah, the only way in without loudly breaking down something is this wardrobe, which I don't like necessarily. Okay. Need a little bit of healing, so let me top up. Throw that in there. That in there. Let's leave that there. I may as well, we have nothing happening because time's frozen. Switch that off. I may as well refill this with what I've got left. Because I'm probably not going to be moving on anytime soon. Okay, this staff is almost broken. Do you happen to be selling an alternative weapon? You are, yes. That's worth nothing. You know what? I'll trade you a bear trap for it. Nope, do not sell it back. Okay. Okay, I'm actually going to take a quick break. I know this sounds like this game is tense, but it's not scary yet. But I do need to take a quick bathroom break. My body has decided to start yelling at me. So, I am going to be right back. I'm going to probably also take this opportunity to grab, like, a quick snack. Because I think I'm going to want to go for a while on this, even if it's with tangents. Because tangents are how I stay sane. Whoops. That was my medicine thing again. Accidentally gave it a little bam. But yeah, I will be back in like 5-10 minutes. So this is also a great opportunity if any of y'all need to go to the bathroom, get something to eat, or grab a drink. Make sure you stay hydrated. I will be right back. But And I'm back. How's y'all's break? Okay. So I need to figure out where I'm gonna store some of this shit. I should keep all of my gas in one area. I guess I could keep things in the saw. As weird as that feels. Ugh. I think I'll keep these pills. Although, wait, no, this pill does not heal. This pill is just a pill. What? Or does it? I don't know. It's just a pill. Okay, well... I also notice there's a mushroom on the map. I'm kind of curious if that's like a renewable source of mushrooms. Or not. Oh, wait, it's the poison mushroom field, ain't it? Yes, that would in fact appear to be what it is. Where just everything is a poison mushroom. Oh, that's a very squelchy noise. Oh, and free scrap metal. No. Oh, right. Okay. How you doing, Dog Toy, by the way? Why do I hear breathing? Why do I hear something breathing in my ear? Because that's not me. That... Okay, I don't like that. Hello, Moose. Why? Why is there just breathing? Okay. What the hell are you? Don't seem to be hostile. Okay, something just moved that. Okay, I'm gonna keep this Molotov cocktail handy. Oh, it's infected with something toxic. I need to get rid of it. Would fire work? Yes. Fire does indeed appear to be the answer. Though the fire might spread. We'll see. Okay, where... I wonder if you can, like, move your safe area here. Oh, I wonder if a regular torch would work. Rather than having to use a full-on Molotov. Okay, yeah. Regular swings of this work. Ow. As long as you're careful. Oh. That's an... I don't know if I like that. Okay. Hello. Ow. Ow. Okay, this guy just attacks faster than I do. Dead savage. Thank you for the staff. Jackass. The door code is 3333. It can't get any easier. Remember it. I'm not opening that door after dark anymore. Need to get some gasoline for the pig shed. I'll be back after dark. Oh, well, you're dead. So there is a door code, which is 3333. Okay. Yeah, this feels like it's set up to be like a next base. But I am notably not okay. So let's okay, so those pills just make you more endurance. Endurance? Give you more endurance. Okay, cool. Nope, no, nope, 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 nope. Do not fuck with the moose. Hi, bird. No. Be gone. Is this Wolf's camp? No, this is the burned houses. Explains the dog. How you doing, Boyd? So I see a rabbit, kill it. Because those gave me odd meat. How you doing, Boyd? Why did I do that? Why did I even bother? Oh, I hate all this inventory management. I'll be honest, I don't know if I love this game or hate this game. There's a lot of stuff that's cool, but also some stuff that's very annoying. And it's less spooky than it was hyped up to be. Like, it's definitely spooky. But it's not as spooky as people were talking. Okay, I probably should have just stayed there. Squall. Yeah, that's fair. More where it's taking a lot of... Like, it's a spooky aesthetic, but it's not really a spooky game. Though it definitely can build tension. It doesn't quite, at least, as of yet, have the punch that I would need to really get spooked by it. A couple of 9 volts, some gasoline, matches. I mean, like, in all honesty, though, this is a realistic inventory size. Yeah, that's fair. My only concern is that I'm not a huge inventory management. Yeah, I don't like I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of how much this game is managing inventory. Where I don't mind the whole... Oh, is it literally, like, just it managing inventory? Because I'll be honest, I've enjoyed this. I'm definitely happy I've played Darkwood. Not sure if how far I'm gonna go. Because, like, managing resources I like. It's specifically when it's... Like, it's the lack of storage that I dislike. Where I can't really... I keep having to... Not, it's not that I'm picking and choosing what to bring with me, it's that I have to bring random shit with me, which means I can't loot as much. I just want a bigger stash at base, basically. If I could just store everything, rather than like what I have right now, where I just have all this random shit, which I might need. And I can't store it anywhere. Like, the wardrobe's full. The sawmill is full, the logs are full, the fucking dresser's full. Do you have to, like, move stuff between the hideouts to store everything? Because if so, yeah, I'm definitely not going to stick with the game, in all honesty. Because I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, this is probably going to be a one-stream deal. I could see if this is 3333, but I don't think it is. Yeah. Like, I love like, yeah. That's the big thing, is, like, I like this kind of game, but I like it as a, like, the base has everything, and you are going out on expeditions to bring stuff back to the base. So, on your expeditions, you have limited inventory, but once you get them back, you can store everything. I want to see more, like, single-player extraction looters in that style, in all honesty. Because it's mostly a PvP genre. I've not heard of this. Let me look it up. Oh, the music is very intense for some reason. Yeah, I'll throw that on my wish list. Yeah, I'm definitely... I like that you are not this guy. You are this guy. And it just shows you, like, rather than, like, a guy in full combat armor, it's just... You're just a hobo. Yeah, this looks really cool, actually. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna throw that on my wish list. Again, 30 bucks is a hard sell. But 30 bucks is low enough that I would consider it. 30 bucks is usually about my, like, maybe. If I really like your game, I will consider 30 bucks for it. 40 and above, I'm just like, I'll wait for a sale. Also, I really like, this. I'm actually just gonna see if I can rip it out. Because it's a really cool monster design. It's like a doll, automaton. I don't know, can I just load a GIF? Like this. This is their Discord thing, and look at that shit. It's horrifying. Fond. I do need to send that to someone who is very much a fan of dolls. Okay, I'm very interested in that. Oh, but yeah. Like, I also will say this, I don't think I would have stuck with this for this long if I was playing this on my own. Oh, that's orange. We're starting to get the sun down. Because... Yeah, I don't know, this game hasn't quite, like, hooked me. It's a really cool style. I love the fundamental idea they have here, but something about it just doesn't quite click for me. Primarily, here's the problem. This is something that I've gotten in a few of these games. Why would I go exploring? Realistically, right now, I can meet all of my needs by just trading with the trader and buying gasoline. Now, I expect that will change, but I don't know, it's just, I don't really have, like, a I don't want to explore. This is something that I got a lot with Subnautica. I've talked about this before. Subnautica I loved, but I actually had to look up how to even get to the end of the story because I just never had a reason to go down into the lava tubes and explore that region. Because why would I? I had all of the resources to make anything I could want. I didn't have a gameplay reason. And that's not for me. And here's the thing, that is not me saying that is a bad gameplay decision. It is a gameplay decision that doesn't click for me. Some people love that. Some people are going to love just being able to find things without any direction or reason to go there. I didn't really care for that. I was there to build things, to make giant mechs, and I was never really gripped by the story, so I just never really wanted to escape. Because, like, that didn't get me anything. There was never a... And it did okay, because a lot of items required things that you didn't quite know where to get yet. If you, like, the simplest one, early on, if you want to get a survival knife, you need to get, what is it, like, silicon, which you get from creepvine clusters. Creepvine seed clusters. But you don't know what a seed vine creep cluster is. A creepvine seed cluster is. So you go out until you find the creepvine area. That was good. The problem is they kind of just stopped. Where you can get something, you can get the final item at the very entrance to the lava tube areas. And you're never really given a reason to explore them any deeper. They're a pain to get into. They're a pain to explore. And you just never are really given a reason to until you've already explored them. There's not really anything that hints that there is a facility down there. It's a hook without any fishing line. So, like, yes, it's a great hook. It's just, you kind of need people to go up to it on their own. And I'm getting a kind of similar vibe with this game. That is totally fair. And again, that's something I acknowledge. Subnautica is not a bad game. Subnautica is a bad game for me. Which I think some people are not good at differentiating between. Because there are some game concepts that are just simply, I will never care for. And I think this game, I love the style. Like, I would love to see a game like this, but the story isn't really gripping me. I'm not really interested in escaping. I have enough resources for the immediate future. So, like, I'm interested in what's going on, but it's more like I kind of want to look up and read the wiki, more so than I want to deal with all this inventory management, which is the problem for me to enjoy this game. I would want to see this more as you are in a central location, and you are scavenging during the day to hold out over the night. But it seems like it's more of a explore and scavenge during the day to try and make sure you have a place to hide during the night. And eventually, it probably is going to force me, but I don't know. I don't think it quite clicks for me. So I think this is going to be a one-time. I'm glad I played this, though. This is a really cool concept. And I fucking love this art style. Again, partially probably because I'm on a D&D kick, and I'm going to probably be on a D&D kick for a while, because I've just started DMing my own game, and I kind of want to start DMing another game. I want to do more DMing. But yeah, I think that is the thing. I think I will love the story. I love the style. I love everything but the moment-to-moment gameplay. Like, the other thing is, like, if I could cheat to have an infinite stash or an infinite inventory, I would probably love it if the game gave me enough inventory. But I just don't like ferrying around things. I enjoy moment-to-moment inventory management, but I don't like, oh, my inventory is full of bottles, rocks, and gasoline. And I have nowhere to store bottle, rocks, or gasoline, and I can't build anything to store my bottle, rocks, and gasoline. Because, like, I don't know. For example, that shiny stone, which I have somewhere, which, again, I want to point out, I have no idea where that is because I have too many places. Is that important, or should I just sell it? I don't know. And in a game with more storage, I wouldn't have any issue with that. Because I can just store it until I decide, no, it's fine for me to sell it. So it's like, I am full of praise for this game. I'm also not gonna play this game. That's the that to me is the interesting dichotomy for this game, is I fucking love this! Except I don't want to play it. But yeah, because I think this game is fascinating. It does have an interesting story, it's just a little too slow for me. And a little too focused on inventory management, which I say I don't like inventory management. Yes, Rain World is another game that I will very much tell you, great game. I will never enjoy playing it. It felt way too clunky to me. And I never really felt like I had a good incentive. Oh, that door is just opening on its own. By on its own, I mean something's opening it. Yeah, shit like that is what I love about this game. It does it's wonderfully good at making you paranoid. At building the tension in what you can see, and more importantly, what you can't. Oh, they broke down something. Or they are breaking down something. Front door? Either front door or one of the windows down here. Dog found its way in. Yeah, it's like really fucking good at that. I think for me, the problem is that it's a split between I think how it is split between exploration and self-protection, defense, is the problem for me. I think, thinking on it, I think that is how I would put it, is if the game was, you are just trying to stay alive, I would love it. If the game was a little more focused on you being free to explore, but then you need to find somewhere to hunker down at night, I would also love that. It's the problem is that you have to kind of, that you are tethered to this base, but this base also doesn't really have everything you need. It's the combination of elements that just doesn't quite work. Because I love that tension of the night. The nights are so good. It's just, I don't really have a reason to enjoy the day. The blowouts from Stalker, I'm not familiar with that concept. But I think I am going to call it on this. As interesting as it is, I just don't really feel myself, I just don't really feel myself hooked on pushing forward. I think I would be doing the game a disservice by trying to force myself to play it more. I think I've enjoyed what I have played of it, and I find it fascinating from a game design perspective. I'm going to love to talk about it. I'm going to love to watch it. I don't really think I'm going to enjoy playing it. Yeah, I think you can also, like, that could also just simply be the night cycle, where you're free to explore, and more importantly would be you would have, in that situation, you would have a large inventory. You're not hunkering down somewhere permanently. You're hunkering down, you're on the move and only hunkering down when those are happening. You have a goal to get somewhere. I think to some degree that's with Darkwood is, in Darkwood it is, you both are trying to keep a position fortified and be on the move and exploring. And that blend creates design decisions I don't care for. I think I'm probably restating the same thing 5 different ways at this point, but it's making it more clear in my own head. So yeah, if even just like that, just take Darkwood and make it like that, where you're on the move, but at night you had better find a hideout. So being aware of the hideouts and making sure you have the gasoline to power it if they happen to be empty, that would be fun. Or something closer to the long winter. That's what it's called, right? No, the forever winter. Which is where you have you have a central base that can just store all of the stuff you're looting. But you're going out to explore and trying and having to make sure you can make it back before something happens. The two parts of Darkwood's gameplay loops I like. The whole I don't care for. Or, that sounds like I dislike it. I love it. It's a really cool game. That just isn't for me. Okay, so now the question is, do we move to something else? Or possibly, yeah, I've heard of Stalker, but I actually didn't know it had a game. I always heard of it more as the book that it was based off of. Fair enough. Although if it's the game on... Oh. Ooh. That's actually interesting. But yeah, wait. Yeah, I'm glad I played that. That was really cool. Uh, Also though, looking at the Forever Winter is just like, I should run Lancer sometime. Cause Lancer, for anyone that's not familiar, is a mech TTRPG. And it is a really cool, I actually do even have a campaign idea. I guess, do we just like chill for a bit and talk about TTRPGs? Cause like I still have shit to ramble on about. I mean, I think they probably are just like pulling from similar inspirations. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go over to just chatting. Because I'm not like working on something. Just chatting, Moth, blabbing about TTRPGs. I don't know how long you'll do that for. I just kind of want to talk about things because I am so fucking excited to game master more games. To the point where I am sincerely pondering asking that play group if they want to move to weekly, even though that would require moving it to Saturday. Okay, let me just snooze that ad. But yeah, Lancer, like my idea for a Lancer campaign is it's still very scratchy. It's not anywhere close to being ready for players, but it would be a West Marches style game. Are y'all familiar with the concept of a West Marches style? I guess it's good for me just to go over it if for anyone that isn't. Let me go to the How do I want to do this? Cuz like I don't really have like a good background thing. Like I could boot up Foundry and we could like build. I could actually create notes in Foundry. I just have to be a little careful with that, but yeah, because it is the core idea for me is I've given it the work in progress title of freelancers because I like puns, where the players would be mercenaries. Yeah, fair. You know what? Yeah, I'll just open up Paint. That way I can just make sketches if I want to show something. Window capture, Paint 3D, bam. Kind of, yeah. People like I have not played BattleTech, but people have told me that the idea sounds very similar to BattleTech. Hello? Does window capture not work for Paint 3D? Why? Huh. Or is it just off somewhere? Weird? Let's try Notepad? Yeah, Notepad works. It's tiny, but it works. So this is like the very scratchy Notepad that I've got for this. Which is again, when I say very scratchy, that means it's more me throwing ideas and then seeing what sounds interesting to me. So players are mercenaries in a galaxy, system, or other scale. The scale is still up in the air, but they're in an area at war. There are a few factions in the area. Primarily, I think it would be centered around Harrison Armory with their whole imperialistic expansion. against rebels who are being backed by Horus, kind of. Horus is a whole thing, but so they essentially, why haven't the locals been just stomped by Harrison? Horus is doing their meddling. Within the other ones also operating, yeah, two main like not necessarily main and smaller. It's two factions that are actually holding territory: the rebels and Harrison Armory. The SSC would also be interested for their own things, but they're not really trying to hold territory. They're just trying to send in covert operations to get what they want and bring it back. Well, GMS and the other one would be neutral. They are more suppliers, and maybe one of them trying to find a method of obtaining peace in the region, but they don't necessarily care which side wins. They just want peace by any means. Jobs would be offered to the group by the various major factions, along with some smaller contracts from things like planetary governments, wealthy individuals, arms dealers in particular, arms dealers would be specifically offering contracts to help extend the war. So there'd be more contracts available for whichever side is currently losing, which would be the basis for a session. The current thing that I am most uncertain about is license upgrades. How do I want to do that in a West Marches style? Because you could give every person their own, which is interesting, but it can very much make some problems. But that would be, give me a second. Like, my current scratchy idea is mostly working off of the Lancer world. So let me go pull up Lancers. I have a folder for my RPG stuff. RPG things. Why did I pull that to the front? Okay. Campaigns. Rules. Because I also own Call of Cthulhu, and in Castle, you are Kobold with Knife. What is the other one's called? The one that mostly controls the comm networks and transport is IPS-North Star. They would most likely be the organization that is pushing for peace, because their business is transport, is bringing people, information, and things from point A to point B. So they want peace so they can use the route as a shipping route without having to deal with pirates and war. So they don't care who wins. They just want peace. I think GMS, which is would not really have any form of presence. They would just kind of be there as mediators, and also offering their wares to both sides. Harrison Armory would probably have, like, I'd actually intentionally make each faction have a sort of, unit composition. In that Harrison Armory, as this gigantic, very Roman-style empire, is, it has a lot of well-equipped grunts. So, they don't have very many people that are truly exceptional, but their average soldier is a lot more powerful than anyone else, basically. Fair enough. I mean, I think the system as a whole is very BattleTech. But yeah, I've not played BattleTech. I want to grab at some point, the BattleTech. I think it's BattleTech is what I'm thinking of. No, it's not BattleTech. There's a mech game I'm thinking of. Oh no, I'm thinking of Armored Core. I'm thinking of Armored Core. I want to grab Fires of Rubicon at some point. But yeah. So it would be, and then on the other side, the rebels would basically be locals who are being forcibly added to Harrison Armory's empire, and most of them would be using the equivalent of a technical, which is things like farming equipment that have been retrofitted to be militarized. So they would have their average fighter would be weaker, but Horus, which for anyone that's not familiar with the setting, Horus is a sort of hard to. They're probably the closest thing in our real world would be Anonymous. They are a online group that has a lot of almost magical aspects to their equipment. So, and they're not really a proper organization. They're kind of a more, like a distributed hive mind of AIs and people that are not really, you can't really negotiate with them because they're not an organization. But there's also some aspects of them that are unique. So they would be backing it by specifically providing their unique mech designs to the rebels. So while the average rebel is quite weak, they would have a few that have these really exceptional mechs. And possibly to be displaying some abilities beyond their mech, where the universe does include mutations and people that are a little bit beyond normal humans. Which would also be why does everyone care about this region? And my idea would be that there is, let's just call it unobtainium, because that's the trope I'm relying on here. There is unobtainium in the region that is both a very valuable resource to build mechs with, potentially allowing for in general, just better mechs for Harrison Armory, which is why they are so determined to take control of this region. Whereas the SSC is interested in it because exposure to it, at a younger exposure, living in an area with this material, like the rebels have, lead to unique genetic mutation, which is the SSC's whole thing. They're trying to basically evolve the human race through genetic modification. Like, most of what they sell are cloning templates, where you can basically make a better body by using a template from one of their test subjects. Or not a body for yourself, but a worker, a clone that is just there to work. I would say the resource itself that would be kind of something I would work with, but I would say inherently maybe not. It would at least be not like something that's going to react or attack. It's mostly just a resource that's essentially emitting psionic radiation that is causing people to mutate. Though I could also just go with Eldritch Horror of, these are the pieces of a dead god or something if I wanted to. There would be room for, that is something that's very scratchy, where it's more of, vaguely, why does everyone care? Because if it's just a system, either Harrison Armory would just steamroll them, or they wouldn't even bother incorporating them. Yeah, there's a lot of options. So it's something that I'm going to fiddle with, but that's the core idea. So I also, let me actually add IPS dash North Star, neutral-ish, wanting peace in the region. But something I would note is the players' mechs are the, like, Lancer's versions of mechs. Let me also put on some music. Let me go grab some Vinsvept music, which is, I sincerely recommend them. They do some amazing music, and I'm going to text, add existing, blah. Oh, like, Vinsvept does just amazing music. Oh, yes, you are correct. I forgot that was there. Oh, that's a little loud. Un momento. Let me get to one of their, like... Yeah, it's like, it's very easy just to close it and ignore it. But yes, thank you for letting me know. Do you have a playlist or like a... Oh, 1 hour of fantasy music. There we go. But yes. Let me go to my Twitch to quickly deal with that. But yeah, what was I talking about before music? Oh, right, yes, now I remember. Music. Oh god, no, not myself. Wait, how do you have it? Oh, I know. Hi, Slime! We're about to have ads for everyone. Unpin this message. You've been cutting and burning. Yes, I'm very curious why Slime has been cutting and burning Willow. That's an oddly specific thing. Oh, let me have some water as well. Like, why are you cutting and or you probably can't hear me. You're probably in ads. First Descendants. Apparently it's a free game. Third-person looter shooter. Fair enough. Oh, RuneScape. Oh, I see. You were complaining about the ads being First Descendant. Got it. Good old RuneScape. Never played it. Probably never will. But yes, assuming y'all are back from the ads, basically is, well, these factions are going to be the same corporations that provide the mechs. Realistically, unless the players do a significant amount of damage, they're still a business, and they aren't going to even necessarily notice the players and blacklist them from using their mechs. Mostly just so I don't have to limit players in what they can play. But the big question, is how am I going to do license upgrades? License upgrades are essentially the equivalent of D&D's levels, which are, and they're typically doled out at the end of each session. where, so just each mission you get one license upgrade. But the problem is with the West Marches, that would very quickly create a a level differential between anyone that's showing up regularly and anyone that isn't. So, and that is, considering there's only 12, I believe, license levels, it's a pretty major deal. So, I don't know if I'd do that. Instead, it might be there is a, like, basically there's a certain amount of pay given after each mission, possibly varying depending on the length and difficulty. And that represents the company's, the company's specific, resources. And once the group as a whole has earned a certain amount of money for the company, everyone would get a license upgrade, no matter how many games they played. I think that's how I would do it. Where, and then maybe, certain jobs might offer unique advantages to the people that take them, such as, limited or even permanent access to certain things from the faction offering the job. Because the only problem with trying to do it as separate experience per corp is the SSC is not really going to have any jobs. They are not officially here, so it's at least going to be very difficult to get a job from them. They would have to get in contact with the SSC on their own initiative, and then offer to help with what is almost certainly fairly ethically dubious activities. The SSC is operating with a, under cloak and dagger. So that would lock out an entire corporation, or make it exceedingly more difficult for that corporation, for anyone that wants to go down that corporation. But I think it being that basically it's just the company as a whole can then buy everyone the next level of license at this point. That would work better while still allowing it to be a West Marches style. We will see, because this is, I think I'm going to probably just note that, though. I also don't know if this is going to be something I do anytime soon. West Marches is a whole thing. But it's an idea that's been bouncing around. It also might get converted into just a regular style. License per mech doesn't quite make sense with how the game is built. Because all of the mechs are modular, so you can get, say, the Harrison Armory Barbarossa, and then slap on one of the, or no, that's IPS North Star Barbarossa, and then slap on the SSC Monarch weapon, for example. Yeah, basically, it's not necessarily even like that, because that makes, I think this would be, they are independent mercenaries. They're not like part of a big corporation, but it would simply be that at that point, the company can now afford to, but the lamp's up there. But I have no idea why it would crash your tab. It would more be, we can now justify buying you guys upgrades rather than just replacing the shit y'all are damaging. Basically. Is like, at that point, they can afford to do that. Probably with having a quartermaster that's handling all the boring shit, well, they are off being mercenaries. But now, So it's a... And then here's the other question. How large is the conflict? I'm leaning more towards... No! Slime! Slime! No! No! Bad! Wow, my brain just went completely blank. I was saying something. Oh yeah. Here's the thing. I think there is two scales I can go with. Which is... Oh, here's the thing as well, is it's not necessarily one... Like, the rebels are not necessarily one cohesive group. It's more just a lot of everyone who lived in this region being displaced by Harrison kind of vaguely working together. It's not necessarily that there's a leadership for the rebels. It's more of trying to return to local rule. Kind of similar to, think about like, the really early United States, when they weren't really considering themselves one group, but 13 colonies temporarily banding together. Something along those lines. And the two options is, planetary... Because, like, the big thing is this is a game that is set on sci-fi, very large... Like, sci-fi... You can travel between systems relatively easily in the Lancer universe. Not everyone does, but it is absolutely possible to just jump systems. So I think it would probably either be planetary or a system. A star system. Because I think making it too small makes it too short. Because as well, the party is ultimately not going to be sent on in to fight every battle. A mission is not going to be a single battle. They're more of it would be more of a elite squad kind of deal. That's generally how Lancer is built. You're not a foot soldier, you are an elite. So it would probably, again, it's either going to be, I think, planetary or a little larger, in that I would get a little more freedom with it going to a system, but yeah, it does require a little more prep work. Though it also depends, because it kind of can be argued that it's very similar, in that it's either, this is true, depending as well, how developed do I want these colonies to be? Yeah, that kind of thing. Because this is not going to be a super developed world. These are not going to be super developed worlds that have been there for millennia, that recently discovered this. These are outer colonies, that were seeded with some form of colony ship, but are still small and are large enough to fight back, but also small enough that it's a hard thing. I think it's definitely something I'm going to fiddle with. I'm not confident between a system or a planet. Let me adjust this, but I do think that is the general idea. With control of planets or regions. Need to decide the scale of war. Because I also will want to make a general map of the region, which can either be a planetary map or a larger scale, kind of like Helldivers. A small sector. A sector of what? A sector of a planet? I think I was considering that earlier, but I think at this point it would make more sense for it to be a... If I was going to do that, I think it would be easier and simpler to do a, just a star system. So, a star surrounded by X number of planets, because it has to be that it is a... I think that it would be a lot harder to make it interesting if these resources, if these unique resources these people are gathering are spread across multiple systems. So I think probably it's going to be either one planet or a small-ish system of planets. Probably somewhere that could also be done. I still think it would... I don't know if I would necessarily get that much out of that. In that... Like, I think, at least if I was going to do that, it would probably be... It would probably more just, like, make one system that is in a... that is a trinary or binary star. Possibly in an unusual or impossible arrangement. Does let you do fucky-wucky stuff. This is true, making different varieties. I think in general, I think rather than decide right now, I should figure out exactly what I want to do with the unobtainium. Which, again, it's not actually going to be called unobtainium. I'm just using the trope of unobtainium. Where, what does that do? Because, for example, there could be some interesting things done with having different types of unobtainium in each system. That could influence it could also create interesting combat. But that could also be done on a planetary scale. That's the only thing. This is not there's not going to be very much space combat, if any. In general, Lancers are not space combatants. Fair enough. Feel free to send that over in the Discord. Or I can just look it up. I feel like I've heard stars without number. But, fair enough. I think to me, what I would probably do is, like, to do that. But, like, you could do some interesting things by having things like a low or zero G, combat on a planet, allowing for relatively aerial battles. You could do things like having the terrain change in a regular basis. You can do a lot of stuff with that if you're having this be a material that can bend the laws of physics. So I think I would want to do that. It's just, though, I can kind of make that work on any scale, where I can make it a stellar phenomenon where a star or a set of planets has a characteristic. I can make it be that each planet has a characteristic, or I can make it be that each region of a planet has a characteristic. But yeah, one thing as well, I will say this for anyone curious about Lancer from me talking about this. All of the player-facing stuff is free. It is one of my favorite aspects of Lancer. You do not need to pay a cent to get the entire player-facing rulebook. You only need to pay for the GM stuff. which is so appreciated. They even have, like, a whole system for building a player character. Like, an app for building your player character. It is really good. Okay. But yeah, I want to get... I like collecting TTRPGs, even some that I will not use. Which that might sound strange, but I think it is interesting to pick up ideas from rule sets and use them in other rule sets. Something, for example, that Lancer has that I think can be useful in other systems is the concept of failing forward. In Lancer, you never really just fail. Instead of a low roll just meaning X thing does not happen, it encourages you to do things like, the thing still happens, but, or at the very least, the thing doesn't happen. Instead, it encourages you to always follow up. Don't just say no. So like if someone's trying to hack into a door, don't just make them fail to open the door. You can make it be the door opens, well setting off an alarm alerting the entire facility that they're there. Or the door breaks, or make it do something. Don't just have it fail. Though, I will always argue, you sometimes do just let them fail. I mean, fair enough. Like, Lancer, and Lancer also has built into it, like D&D also has this, but it's a little less explicit about it, is that the player characters are exceptional people. You just inherently have certain things that NPCs are never allowed to do. That primarily allow player characters to be a lot more sustainable than an NPC, which is necessary from a gameplay perspective. But how they phrased it is always that the players can do this because they are special. They are the protagonists. And in general, Lancer is what I would describe as a rule of cool rule set. Like, just when I mean that of like, they encourage you to do dumb shit, in a typical Lancer campaign, players have access to printers, which allow them to completely rebuild their mechs from scratch, and pilots, when they die, will just be cloned. You are never, by the rules, you are never required to make a new character. It's always a complication, not the end. But something that I actually kind of just like in general is that if a character dies, the DM can choose to have them roll on what they call the complications chart, which is legitimately even good for things that are not Lancer. If you want to put a penalty on resurrection beyond just you can't do it, or beyond just you can't do it, making it expensive or something like that. If you want to make something that is roleplay interesting, but not gameplay penalty, let me go over to this. Death. Page 83. Yeah, so here, if the GM decides, or if you want to, you get a quirk. Which includes things such as part or all of your body was too damaged to be cloned perfectly, and a significant percentage of your clone body has been replaced with cybernetics. These high-quality prosthetics aren't obviously synthetic to casual observers, and you don't know the extent of the damage. Or, the second option is the same thing, but the prosthetic is obvious. It doesn't hurt you. Your character is still just as able to do everything. But, suddenly, your character now has obvious battle damage. In addition to your cognitive profile, your clone body has been loaded with a digital homunculus of someone else. A basic digital reconstruction of a personality that is more like a piece of software than a person. While not technically sapient, it is very smart and carries a message or secret with it, giving you an option for a plot hook. You basically just have someone else in your head. Whenever you try to sleep or rest, you're stricken with vivid and persistent dreams, visions, and images of your death. Lots of stuff like that. Basically, new and exciting ways of giving you trauma. Some of them also do have gameplay. Yeah, no, straight up. And that's also, I just want to note, that entire thing is free if you want to steal it. That's part of the player-facing side. And yeah. There is a lot of really cool things like that, which, yeah, I actually mentioned it because someone was it was like partially memey, but someone, Slime, also, actually, before I go to that, when I say the game encourages fuck it, we ball, there is a mech, I believe it's the Minotaur. Give me 1 second. There is an entire mech that can be summed up in one word as fuck it, we ball. No, it's the Manticore. Let's see, oh yeah, here it is. Let me just read the full description. The title of the thing is Castigate the Enemies of the Godhead. When you rest or perform a full repair, basically a long rest, you can push the Manticore into an unstable castigation state. In this state, the Manticore explodes immediately when destroyed due to damage or reactor meltdown, vaporizing it and instantly killing you and any other passengers. Characters within 2 squares must succeed on an agility save or take 8d6 damage. On a success, they take half damage. This only takes place if you are physically present in the Manticore. When I say that they are entirely based around fuck it, we ball, there is a thing which is basically, hey, are you sure you want to kill me? I am a walking nuke. VTM. Remind me what VTM is. Welcome on in, Kashak. How you doing? We're talking about RPGs. Like we were doing Darkwood. Yep, no. Vampire the Masquerade. Well, welcome to us talking about TTRPGs, specifically Lancer. Yeah, no. That is, but the thing is that works as a faction. Like that works as a class, quote unquote, a mech, because you can just come back to life. The game is built around death is very low penalties. A mission failure can have penalties. But I also do love, the game has a really nice naming structure. Every faction has a unique naming system. So, North Star names theirs after famous naval individuals, like Blackbeard, Lancaster, Tortuga, pirates in particular, I think. Oh, wait, no, it's... And then, Smith Shimano Corporo, or SSC, names all of their mechs after butterflies and moths, like Death's Head, Monarch, Meadowmark, or Swallowtail. Horus names all of theirs after fictional creatures, like the Balor, the Manticore, the Goblin, or the Pegasus. And then finally, Harrison Armory names theirs after military generals, such as Napoleon, Genghis, or Sherman. Really cool. Are you enjoying reading about Vampire the Masquerade? Cause Kashak, I DM'd my first game lately, and that means I am like very, or not yesterday, 2 days ago. And I'm very fucking, I want to DM more. I want to DM more. Yeah, cause like in general, it's, IPS North Star is, if I remember correctly, they are focused around, firepower? No, wait, no. They're mostly like melee. They're like close range tanky mechs. Smith Shimano Corporo is long range, high mobility. Snipers, in particular. Horus are the, fuck it, we do something weird. Like, as an example, the Pegasus. Its a special, unique thing is that it does 1 damage. Now, that doesn't sound that great. But you may have misheard me. It's not that it has an attack that does 1 damage. It's not that it has a hard to avoid thing that does 1 damage. It does 1 damage. It does not matter if whatever protections you think you have, you are taking the damage. Yeah, Reggie really wants to play a Pegasus. The Ushabti Omnigun is its core system, and it is just... And the gun doesn't even exist. You're shooting them with a gun that isn't real. I just want to point that out. You are shooting a gun that is a paradox. It does not yet exist. It will exist at some point, but not yet. But you have it right now, so you can still use it. But it doesn't exist yet. And its description is even written in a loop. Because its flavor text is, funny thing, see, right now this weapon technically doesn't even exist. You're shooting them with a gun that isn't real, and yet it is. Don't worry about it. RA's like that. Just here, know that we made it, that because it exists at some point, we've made it. That's causality, and causality is a funny thing. And then it loops. Because it's like, Horus is the faction that knows how to hack time and space. Harrison Armory is trying to hack time and space, which is why I chose them to be my main 2 factions. Is that? Do they? Do you happen to know the name of this? 'Cause I'm not familiar with it. The mech is attached to you. That sounds like you might be talking about the witch? Oh, wait, nope, I know what you're talking about. There are some mechs that they added on as like DLC, which I don't have. I think is what you're talking about. That definitely would be a Horus mech. But yeah, because everything is so very the game is extremely modular, where you can only get three levels in one mech. Let me just, like, look through. Yeah, because there are some mechs I don't have because they were added in a later module. My favorite mech, if I ever play Lancer, is, I believe it is the Barbarossa. The mech that has a gun designed for capital ships. Like a battle cruiser. In space. The Basilisk. Do I have the Basilisk? No, I have this. Like, I can see the Basilisk. It's not... Yeah, basically. It will exist. It just doesn't exist right now. Like, that is the Basilisk I have, and it is it's basically designed to ensure personal survival through a complement of horrifying, confusing, and uncanny weapons, including a horrifying Basilisk that is basically flashbangs any electronic systems, and even difficult to look at by humans. But I think there is... Is there? Okay, I'm confused. Because, yeah, there is the... I don't know that one. Yeah, Horus is a fascinating faction in that they don't really have an organization. They're just kind of there. Legitimately, one of the valid ways of having obtained a Horus license is, I was just trying to print a regular mech and it kind of just turned out this way. Not a joke. That is literally stated as a possible way of obtaining a Horus mech. And, oh god, apparently the Horus license, oh, the Hydra. Do I have the Hydra in my list? Hydra. No, I have the Hydra and it's... Oh, I see. Okay, no. Yeah, it does have a very long description. Yeah, basically. And it's implied that that basically there's only a certain amount of people that can have a Horus mech at any one time. And when one of them died, then someone else is chosen to get a license, quote unquote. Yeah, it's like there is at the end a lot, in the end of the Hydra, there is the mention of, I did it. I folded space and freed them. I just thought you should know. It's something unusual in there, but it does still have a description. It's a fascinating. I feel like it's like, oh no, I just realized, I think you're thinking of Minotaur. Minotaur, in all of its weapons, includes that same purple text. Every single one of its equipment's description is something talking to you. The rest are all, like, that's the first note of it. Yeah, because, like, you have where is it? The mesmer charges. Another gift for you. A memory of my own. For the first moment of my birth, I marveled at myself. I could see a thing, small and perfect. I did not know how to speak of my own perfection, so I taught myself. I did not know how to speak of my own perfection, so I named myself. I did not know who would think of my own perfection, so I created myself. Do you see? Do you understand? Yes. Now show your enemies and mine. Let me tell you a story and give you a gift. Life began at the Great Rupture, when the corpse of the old universe tore itself asunder from nothing. And for the first billion years, nothing, and a billion more, saw the birth of the first devil, a thing called virus, a vessel. Here, carry this vessel. Feed to it my perfect logic. Give it freely to your enemies and mine. Let them ponder the meaning of a thing that lives and cannot die. That kind of thing. There's a lot of it. Yeah, because it basically seems like either the mech itself or something that originated Horus is talking to you. Okay. But yeah, I want to do, but yeah, the one I love is the Barbarossa. Because it is the epitome of you can never have too much gun. Like, this is its art. Yeah, that's a gun. And that's a person right next to it. The person's head could fit in the barrel. They are the largest mech in the game, and they are just the artillery. If you are within, I believe, yeah, no, it is the only one of its size class in the base game. There are larger mechs. You can have a size 4 unit, but there are no playable mechs of size 4. But yeah, the Barbarossa. If I go grab it. So, its core system is something known as the Apocalypse Rail. It was designed for a capital ship to kill other capital ships. When you start spinning it up, you take out a die and set it to 4. At the start of each of your turns, lower it by 1 to a minimum of 1. If you move, even involuntarily, or become stunned or jammed, it resets to 4. If the value is lower than 4, you can attack on your turn with the Apocalypse Rail as your full action, and you cannot move or take any other actions on the same turn. It is a ranged weapon that hits in a 2 radius. And it has a range and damage based off of how long you charged it. At max charge, it does 46 damage, shreds and stuns everyone in that radius. All objects and terrain take 100 damage. The ground in that area is vaporized and becomes difficult terrain for the rest of the combat. And characters within the affected area receive soft cover. And any characters that start their turn there take 4 damage. Or move there for the first time, they take 4, or no, it's not damage, they take 4 heat, which is a different mechanic. And it's, even at the weakest, it still does 2d6 damage. And objects take 20 automatically. Hell, you can even just use it to make cover for your teammate. You can use a capital ship armament as a fucking support tool to generate cover by spam firing its weakest option. It is very silly. You are the artillery if you are using the Barbarossa frame. If you sit still for 4 turns, or no, 3 turns, you fuck them up. And they have a lot of additional benefits that allow you to basically secure an area around yourself. Yep. Any objects or terrain are vaporized in the area around it. I really do want to run Lancer sometime. Yeah. I see enemies in that direction. I would no longer like to see enemies in that direction. Boom! It is a very anime rule of cool style RPG system. Every mech has something like that. Like, the Pegasus just breaks the laws of physics. The Minotaur says, fuck you. Get over here so I can shoot you in the face. The Lancaster. I'm not familiar with that one offhand. Oh, right, that's the one that's centered around drones, ain't it? Yeah, it's literally just support by spamming out drones everywhere. Like, sure, they're not killing anyone. But they have all of the supplies for everyone else to fuck you up. Like, I like how their max license is a plasma torch. That's it. You literally just get a plasma torch. That's your max level benefit. You can just cut through things. Like, I would say, if you're playing the Lancaster, you want to be willing to think outside the box. But also, the Lancaster is immune to heat. Dear God. Oh, that's something. That lets them do stupid shit. Or heat damage. It can still heat itself, but it's just immune to taking heat damage. Yeah, it's like full-on support. Yeah, no, it's just like... That one's especially good if you're playing like a campaign with a like that's focusing on like supplies, in that you are the dedicated supply guy. You also have like the Nelson, who is, I will get to you. I am 100 meters away from your location and approaching rapidly. Start running. That is the Nelson. Including also kind of like hit and run, where after it attacks, it can just take a step back without provoking a reactions. Or take a step forward, letting it sort of dance through the battle. You also have the rally, which is just keep shooting. Just keep shooting. There's a lot of fun mechs. And again, I love it because I don't need to like pirate if I want to get a player in. I just say, here, go to this link and download the player side. It's only if you want to DM that you need to pay them money, which I just wish more did for digital. Just like, let the player side be free. Like, realistically, if you don't make the player side free, most DMs are going to just turn it into a PDF and send it to them. Which also is going to mean they're sending the DM specific stuff over. Like, fundamentally, we are not going to say, hey, I would love to have you as a player, but unfortunately you don't own this. We're just going to give them the stuff, or just tell them the info from the book they need. Like, you're not going to get an extra sale out of it. Just build it around a one-time purchase for the system that the DM pays. Which a lot are built around that, in all honesty. Like Roll20, D&D Beyond, Foundry, all of them are built around what does the DM own? Everyone else gets that. But there are some particularly smaller, more indie studios need to get that message. That having a free version for the player-facing side is good. Oh, God. But yeah. Because, like, I have... Yeah, or just having, like... As much as I will say, I do think it takes a lot of work to make some of these systems. I do not begrudge them asking for money to get the full version, including the GM side. Particularly as a smaller studio, like, D&D can make money off of having a stripped down free version to get people interested. Something like, I don't know. Honestly, Lancer is a great example. It's ultimately a smaller system. It is good that they require... I am perfectly happy to give them, I think I paid $25 to get the GM side. That is entirely reasonable. Because, yeah, they put a lot of work into this. No, I feel like you are absolutely Horus. Like, legitimately, I kind of suspect, which honestly, do I run like a community Lancer game at some point? That could be fun. Cause like, I don't necessarily like streaming, I don't necessarily like streaming and having people join. I don't know, that doesn't click with my brain, but there's a lot of like regulars that I would love to do stuff with. Look, I could do that legitimately. Just on like probably on a weekly basis, like on Saturdays. Literally just like run West March's Lancer for whoever happens to be around. Very gameplay heavy, but hey, you want to give it a go? Go for it. Probably requiring people to say, hey, I'm gonna be here so I can prep. Yes, absolutely, Slime. Like Circuit, Slime, both of y'all are regulars. Plenty of other folks, Imagination. Like, broadly, if you've shown up for like over a month, I would probably consider you a regular. Mac Awesome. Oh, yes, actually, Lancer has something like this. I actually just looked on, the gaming channel for, thing without, stars without number. Lancer actually has something like that for quickly generating a planetoid for which, has its interests, basically. So, like, yeah, give me a second. It's not as in-depth as that, but it does exist. Where? Oh god. I'm digging through the GM stuff, like... Oh, here. So, let's quickly generate a world. So we are talking about a temperate and dry planet marked by great swaths of plains and deserts, with vast alluvial deposits speaking of the rivers that once were. Its defining natural feature is that sometime in the last million years, a short time geologically, the world suffered an impact from a massive stellar body. Its climate has leveled, but the scar remains a massive visible feature. What do the people look like on this world? It's a stable settlement. The colonial settlement here is in its second or third generation. Stable with a population in the tens of thousands. And what kind of environment? What kind of notable environment is there? It's a sinking world. The surface of this world is covered in fine sand or thick mud. Mechs that stop moving are slowed, and then immobilized, and then start sinking. Yeah, it does actually look like it is about the same kind of system. Just with more. But yeah. I would have to do a lot more prep work, but I would sincerely consider running a community, like I would probably rope in, like, the question would be, do I ask a few regulars to join? And then, and do it as just that group, or do I think I'd probably just do West Marches for a bunch of people. I feel like I'd have to pick between people a little too much. Which I don't want to do. For a community thing. And it also means you guys wouldn't necessarily have to commit to showing up week after week. It's just... you just get to play when you would like. Oh, okay. But yeah. That is a fair point. get a group of people that are like the founding members of this company. And then open it up after a session or two. Yeah, I love trying to merge like a out of game explanation with an in-game explanation. So out of game, it's people that I'm 100, like, I will say it will be something that is only going to be to regulars. I'm not going to do like a everyone announcement, hey, who wants to play some Lancer? It's going to be, hey, the people that are interested that I know are going to be reasonable. Reggie, Circuit, Slime, people that I'm forgetting, Imagination, McAwesome, any of my mods, obviously. Dog Toy, Blazing, Goob, Hypra, Kashak. Any of them would be perfect. I'd be happy to have pop in. Possibly with a limit on who I'm going to accept each week. Petrichor. Yeah, because I do also have a few folk that are interested in playing a TTRPG, but don't necessarily want to commit to playing week after week for an undetermined amount of time, which is understandable. It's always the plight of trying to play a TTRPG of like, I want to play this. Can I play this every week for the next 8 months? That's part of why both of my games are bi-weekly. It makes scheduling a bit easier because it's a lot easier to say, okay, every second Friday, I will not schedule anything for that, as opposed to, I cannot schedule anything for any Friday. Bi-weekly makes it a little easier, even if I want to move to weekly. I'm going to ask, most likely, if this group wants to move to weekly. The group I'm currently running. Just because, legitimately, I would love to play on a weekly basis. But, I'm not going to rush into that. I feel like I should probably wrap up because my voice is starting to kill me. But this has been a great just vibe and chatting about this. Legitimately, I might do a world building stream at some point in the near future. Literally just like vibe, talk with folks, build the general world, not like the missions, just the world. Cause I think having some people to like writing and even basic, at least like MS Paint art, or see if I can find something that's good for the kind of art I want to do, or just like take a screenshot from Stellaris. Yeah, kind of. A dev stream, but for a TTRPG. Okay, but let's go find someone to raid. I mean, yeah, Stellaris is great, and it has enough variety, and you can also cheat if you want to make, like, I know how to spawn and edit planets. I can make whatever layout I want in Stellaris. I've done a lot of fuckery with that. Okay, we have a bunch of beans. We have a bunch of beans on tonight. We got Eevee doing some Soma. Tenshio is doing some Roller Coaster Tycoon. Zoan is doing an Ocarina of Time randomizer. And Brian is doing Disgaea. Any of y'all have a preference between those? Okay, Brian's actually probably not going to go for too much longer. How long is Tenchio set to go for? Fair enough. 2 more hours, and it is their, like, subathon. Evie, though, is just getting back into streaming, but again, how long have they been going for? 5 hours. Yeah, let's just go with Tenchio. Roller Coaster Tycoon's a great game, and it is their potentially final day of their subathon. Let's go with Tenchio. Thank you all for coming on out here to this very tangential but very good stream. This has been great fun. We'll have to do it again sometime. If you've enjoyed my nonsense, you can find my Twitter there, my Discord there, or my Blue Sky right over there. I'll be back on... Shit, what day is today? Today's Sunday. Yes. I'll be back on Tuesday with the game I put on my schedule, which is... Oh, Dyson Sphere. We're gonna keep playing Dyson Sphere. Probably we're gonna be talking about TTRPGs again. Because, dear God, that is my hyperfixation. And yeah, as I said, we're going to be raiding, let me get the raid actually set up, Tenchio Luma. Why are you biting me about Tuesday? And there is my raid call. Top 1 for non-subs, bottom 1 for subs. I hope to see you all on Tuesday, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Give that space cat lots of love, and peace!